member from Angola. Honorable members, we will also be joined by our resource persons from Equality Now and Aphrodite. We also have the Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum joining us to make a presentation, and she will be followed by Madam Claire Musonda, the Director of Corporate Governance in the SADC PF Secretariat. Thank you. May I hand over to the chairperson to proceed with the meeting.
Thank you, Secretary, and there lies our attendance and indeed the quorum as it stands. So, honorable members, with that, there were no apologies, Secretary?
Honorable members, thank you, Chairperson. Honorable members, we have a quorum formed today, so we can proceed with the meetings as there are no apologies. Thank you.
Perhaps, Honorable Chair, the information that I've just received is that the Honorable Chairperson for Food Agriculture and Natural Resources, which is in Namibia, will be represented by the Vice Chairperson. I think she's an honorable member from Zambia, but she will join the meeting online. I think that's the record that will be noted. I think that's what I got. So, thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you for that intervention, and I'm sure our committee secretary has noted that. Honorable members, we move to another item, that is the adoption of the agenda. I believe that the draft of the agenda for the meeting was circulated to all of us. Are there any amendments to the draft agenda? Are there, who is online in terms of the members?
Chair, I'm told that true. The honorable member for TIF, Honorable Mendes from Angola, she's online. She has joined online. And the proxy, or the vice chairperson, who is representing the chairperson for agriculture, I think she's an honorable member from Zambia. She's also joining online. These are the two members who have been informed.
Okay. So we have Angola online and Zambia online representing the chair of agriculture. Thank you very much. With that, honorable members, the agenda that was sent to all of us, any amendments to the agenda? I want to give especially time for those who are online. I know it's easy for us to be fast, but for people online and the translations, are we noting if there are any, are we able to see? Is there any hands raised? You're the one noting the hands raised.
Chair, I think we're sorting out the one technical problem, because those online, they ought to, now I can see, Honorable Chair. I think that's the technical issue that we were trying to sort out, that those online were not being reflected on the screen, but now they are.
So we await the technicality situation, the technical situation to be handed to take care of.
It has been sorted out, Chair.
It has been sorted out. Okay. So with that, any amendments to the agenda, especially for those of us online, because there are usually some delays, and also in the translation of all the SADC languages. I take it that there are no amendments to the agenda. Okay. With that, I ask that we have a proposer and a seconder. This is Honorable from Lesotho. Your name, sir, again. Come again?
You better use the mic, Honorable.
Oh, Mope Khati from Lesotho,
Mope
Madam
Hati.
Chair. Yes.
Okay, Honorable Mope Hati from Lesotho proposes the minutes. And the seconder? Lesotho seconds.
Malawi.
Oh, that's Malawi.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, my
I
brother.
propose to second the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, so Lesotho proposes and Honorable Member from Malawi seconds. So
Also, Chair, I think the committees that they're chairing should also be reflected because they're here in their capacity as chairperson for a committee. So like Lesotho, I think is the chairperson for the Human and Social Development and Special Programs Committee. Then the honorable member from Malawi is the chairperson from the DGHR, which is Democracy, Good Governance and Human Rights Standing Committee. So I think the records should also show that.
okay. Thank you very much, Director of Programs, Mr. Manzi. With that, I will now proceed to deliver my remarks for this meeting. Honorable members of the SADC PF Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee, the Secretary General of the SADC PF, Ms. Boemo Segoma, esteemed representatives of member parliaments, staff of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, staff of national parliaments, distinguished colleagues and participants, ladies and gentlemen. In welcoming you to this very important meeting and orientation session of SADC Parliamentary Forum Regional Parliament Model Laws Oversight Committee, allow me to start by stating that it is a pleasure for me to chair this inaugural meeting of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee. And I must say that I looked forward to the participation of all the committee members as we carry out our constitutional mandate, which is essential to monitor progress being made by SADC member states in domesticating the SADC model laws. Honorable members, as we are all aware, there are a number of resolutions passed during the symposium that was held on the sidelines of the 56th Plenary Assembly. In particular, to the 56th Plenary Assembly, implored SADC parliaments to enhance their efforts towards domestication initiatives and come up with strategies and mechanisms for raising awareness on targeted laws. Further, SADC parliaments were also enjoined to ensure collaboration and partnership for funding the domestication initiatives and strengthening capacity of members of parliament or capacity of members in carrying out their mandates. In this regard, the Forum Secretariat was directed to continue to invest in building the capacity of the members to enable them to effectively carry out their mandate. As we embark on our two-year term in this committee, it is imperative that as new elected members of Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee, Rpmloc, we be abreasted with various resolutions of the Parliamentary Assembly, which hinges on our mandate. The resolutions will be helpful in that they will be translated in actionable steps, which will inform the envisaged work plan of our committee for the next 2 years. In this regard, it is therefore fitting that today we will be considering our mandate in relation to monitoring the domestication of the SADC model laws under the theme Improving the Domestication and Implementation Processes and Outcomes, striving for the effectiveness of the SADC model laws in the SADC region. My dear colleagues, and indeed honorable members, as the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee, Rpmloc, we are tasked with the responsibility of monitoring and evaluating progress made by the member states in domesticating SADC model laws and implementation, related laws and policies. And as leaders of our respective standing committees, we must be proactive. As such, it is our role that we come up with strategies for carrying out this very mandate, including domestication, implementation, and reporting strategies, which will enable us to track and evaluate the level of domestication of our model laws and related protocols, that the implementation of which will improve the living standards of our people in our different member state countries. I am particularly pleased to note that this morning is especially intended to enhance our understanding of the role as a high-level oversight committee. The committee will, in this regard, therefore, benefit from the presentation from the Secretary General and the members of the SADC PF staff who have been working closely with this committee for some time now. Further, members will benefit from the presentation by SADC PF partners, namely Equality Now and Aphrodite, which will enlighten the members of the domestication initiatives in respect of the model laws on the eradication of child marriage and protection of children already in marriage, and SADC model law on public financial management. Ladies and gentlemen, my fellow colleagues, honorable members, it is my sincere hope that the deliberations will not only capacitate the members to perform their functions or our functions, but will also pave the way for the development of strategies and opportunities for the domestication of our model laws and implementation related to laws and instruments. Therefore, I am confident that this meeting will be yet another step towards encouraging SADC member states to assess their laws domestically and align them with the provision of the SADC model laws, with the ultimate objective of improving the lives of our citizens and the voters we so much represent. Honorable members, and indeed my colleagues, as we are all aware, parliaments are critical actors in ensuring that our respective legislatures actively participate in the domestication initiatives in our respective countries. In particular, these contained in the resolution of the Parliamentary Assembly. At this point, may I take this opportunity to commend these member countries that have taken steps to domesticate the provision of our SADC laws and other agreed regional and international instruments, and those that still have challenges to prioritize changes, domestication, and Ronald, we've lost the meeting room.
We have SG.
Maybe they have another power cut.
Let me just confirm with them. SG.
But the chairperson looks muted. They've muted on that end, so.
Okay. Are we okay?
Yes, we're back. We can hear you now.
We are all back. Noted. I therefore encourage honorable members to actively participate and take maximum advantage of this session by engaging fully with the presenters on the issues under discussions. Let us all participate fully and take full ownership of the process of identifying critical issues to be included in our work plan for the next 2 years. It is with these remarks, I warmly welcome you and wish us all a fruitful deliberation as I declare this meeting officially open. I thank you very much. With that, honorable members, just a minute. Just a minute, honorable members. Forward page. Honorable members, it is my honor now to call upon, minutes, sorry, I stand to be corrected. It is time for us to go through the minutes. And I do note that, honorable members, a lot of us were not there in this, in the other committee. So we'll go through the minutes and take time to really let the minutes sink in. But we do acknowledge that the chairperson for Rpmloc, for the RWPC, Honorable Shelley Raymond, was actually part of this committee. Is that correct, Honorable Member? Please.
Yes.
Having said that, we will now go through our minutes. We'll go page by page and we'll try to be mindful that not everyone was there, apart from one member. We appreciate your institutional memory. We appreciate your institutional memory. You're sharing the minutes online? Okay. As we share the minutes online, please be reading through. We'll pause for a second. Honorable members, you can even play this through as they're sharing the minutes online. Okay. So we do have the minutes uploaded. And for those of us in particular who are following us online, and as already alluded to, these are minutes for our previous colleagues who were in this committee. So we'll do well to really follow along, and hopefully we read through even before coming to the meeting. So I'll go page by page and then pause if there are any interventions. Especially for those online, please indicate by raising your hand or just speaking so that we do not miss your important contributions. So the minutes that we are looking at are the minutes of the statutory meeting of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee, Rpmloc, held on the 22nd of May, 2024 at the Southern Sun Hotel in Johannesburg, South Africa, whose theme was enhancing the role of the Rpmloc in monitoring the domestication of static model laws and implementation of related policies and laws through structured reporting frameworks and mechanisms. A look at the SEDI framework for disaster risk reduction. Page 1. Attendance of members. Honorable Sherry, you would advise us, as your memory will serve you well. Is page 1 okay?
Okay, Chairperson.
Any observation on page 1 being attendance list?
Everything is in order, Madam Chair.
Okay, we proceed. Please, let's keep tracking. Page 2, a continuation of who was present.
They were all present as recorded. I have gone through all these minutes.
Okay, page 3. Any observation? Now, members, you can note whether there are typos or some of the what we remember even in our plenary session. We did attend, most of us. Any observation? Please, let's keep an eye for those online. None? Secretary? No indication? So we proceed. Please keep an eye for me for the people online. I know the feeling of being online. Page 4.
Minutes well taken.
Page 5. Have we lost the people online? They're there? Also, we know that the people online also did have the minutes. So, so we shouldn't really be troubled when we can't project them online because we all have the minutes. I stand to be corrected, correct? Okay, we'll try, but in the interest of time, we all do have the minutes while the team here continue to cast them online. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Any interventions? Observations? Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. We are midway. Any interventions or any observations that we didn't take note of? So the time to catch us. Page 16. Seventeen. Eighteen. 19. 20. 22. Oh, is it 21? 21. 22. 23. 24. 'And lastly, but not the least, is there a hand? So some version of this may go up to 27. Is that what members have? Are we going to page 27? Maybe we follow the one that is online. Yeah, it has moved to 27. So 24, 25. Mine ended at 25, I know.
Yes.
Yes, but there is, I think, an updated version. So if we can jump online or share with someone online for those who are seated near someone who's online.
Something new came up?
I think it was maybe the typing. Let me see. It could be online. It's just adding a page. You know, sometimes it does that. Yeah. Yes, but the one you gave us were 25. It's a vote of thanks. Yeah. So it is the vote of thanks that we didn't have. Yeah. So are we concerned about there's any other business? And also there is a vote of thanks. Are we comfortable, or do we want to go online and check what that is all about? Because our page was ending at page 25. So we do not have the vote of thanks and any other business. How do we feel as a house? Do we proceed to adopt, especially our colleagues online can help us to make sure that page 26 and 27 are okay? Otherwise, it's a vote of thanks. Or should we have Secretariat read for us? Honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Maybe the Secretariat should read from us before we say that
Okay, so
we sign this
start on the vote
document.
of thanks. There we go. Secretariat.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm going to proceed to read the vote of thanks as they appear on page 26 to page 27 of the minutes. Vote of thanks. Sorry. The vote of thanks was delivered by Chairperson of the Rpmloc, Honorable Ishmael Daila Onani, who thanked the resource persons for their well-researched and informative presentations and noted that they were very informative and timely. Further, he noted that the presentations did not only highlight the importance of disaster preparedness in the region, but that it reminded the members of their role as the Model Laws Oversight Committee tasked with monitoring the domestication of model laws and implementation of related instruments, including disaster risk reduction frameworks. He further pointed out that the presentations have highlighted the members and enlightened the members, on the need for carrying out their mandate through calling for reports from parliaments and living by example in submitting those reports themselves as chairpersons of committees tasked with considering various thematic issues for the attainment of the SDGs. The chairperson commended the initiatives taken by the forum in ensuring that the committee deliberated on the plenary resolutions and for engaging experts to assist in unpacking and offering strategies for their implementation so that they did not remain only in paper, but were translated into actionable steps and brought to fruition. He further commended the Secretariat for ensuring that the committee met to tackle topical issues so that the region was not left behind in climate governance.
Honorable Shelley, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm following, but then what Thoko is reading is just what is written in the closing remarks. Because we had the closing remarks, and maybe that is what they changed and say vote of thanks, because I'm reading word by word in the closing remarks. So to me, it sounds as a repetition. When you go to the closing remarks, say where she's just reading right now is in para graph 3 on page 24. The chairperson commended the initiatives taken by the forum and so on. Is just what she's reading now. But it's only the heading which differs. Closing remarks, there's a vote of thanks. So what I'm telling this session is that there is a repetition.
So with that, thank you, Honorable, for catching that. With that, I think it's a matter of amending how the minutes were done, and then we proceed. Is that a good way? Okay, thank you. With that, thank you, Honorable members. We come to the end of our minutes. If we were the committee that was there previously, we would have asked that someone do propose the minutes as well as second. But according to our procedures, given that we are new in this committee, although we take cognizance of our able chair, who is with us also here as a member, Honorable Shelley Raymond from RWPC being present, we can only note as we cannot proceed to propose and second, given that we are a new committee. On that note, honorable members, we do note the minutes and no amendments apart from what we just did will be amended. With that, do we agree that we proceed to the next item, honorable members? Okay, I see heads nodding. The minutes have been noted and we proceed to the next item, which is the so now we have matters arising from the Rpmloc meeting, held on the 22nd of May, 2024. Honorable members, are there any matters arising from the minutes we should consider? Raising item by item, and the members, you are invited here. Because of the difference in the language translation or the paging of the pages, numbering of the pages. And committee secretary, please verify any of the matters arising.
Yeah, perhaps, Chair.
Yes.
The smarter way is that the minutes that have just been duly noted by your committee, they have some actionable points. I'm sure that the Secretariat circulated some of the action taken report for your committee to consider. So as you are going item by item of the minutes, perhaps you better also invite the Secretariat just to read the action point report in line with the minutes. Thank you, Chair.
Well guided, I now call upon the committee secretary, Ms. Toko Gumedzi, to update the committee on the action taken reports by the Secretariat and the progress made on previous resolution made by Rpmloc on the model laws. Please, Secretary.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I will proceed to read the actions taken, which are the resolutions from the previous meeting of the committee and from the plenary assembly. First, we have a resolution by Rpmloc and the plenary assembly, which reads as urge SADC member states to be consistent with paying membership subscriptions to ensure the full realization of the SADC PF transformation to a SADC parliament and sustenance of the work of standing committees. This resolution, honorable members, is ongoing. The implementation of the resolution is ongoing. The SADC Parliamentary Secretariat is in its quest for realization of the SADC PF transformation to the SADC Parliament, engaging with member parliaments to accelerate the signing of the SADC treaty to give effect to the transformation. And this has also been done by popularizing the video of the SADC parliamentary transformation. At this point, honorable members, may we request the SADC PF Secretary General to expand on this resolution, because I believe there are developments that have taken place following this resolution, which was made during the plenary assembly and during the committee meeting. Thank you. May I request the Honorable Chair to welcome the SG.
Thank you. Again, honorable members, we do have the resolution and the action taken report in front of us. So it was sent to us. And I think we had 4 items. And so SG on 1.1, maybe you can expand on that.
Thank you, Chairperson. The update is that the amendment of the SADC Treaty to recognize the SADC Parliament has entered into force with the signing of the DRC, as you're well aware. And the protocol has been circulated on the 18th of August to all member states to make comments to the protocol. At this rate, honorable members, the process is ongoing in terms of locating the SADC Parliament and its functions, among others. Thank you, Chair.
I think, yeah, we need interventions on that. I wasn't clear on what the SG was saying, but I'll be last, Honorable Raymond.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. My thanks to Her Excellency, Honorable Segoma, for the update. But then, since we are in a training session and it is the first day or first time of the new committee, I think it would also be wise for us to let everyone know where we are and where were we. Because by assumption, it seems that everybody in this committee knows everything. But as mentioned earlier on your opening remarks, you said this is a very new committee. In order for all of us now to speak the same language, I am requesting Her Excellency SG to give flashback of the whole thing so that the committee may own the current situation and see what is the way forward. I present.
I want to second that. In seconding that is that SG, if you remember correctly, even some of the members, not only are they new in this committee, or are we new in this committee, some members also joined because of the different election that happened. So with that, will you be kind to take us back and also bring us forward so that we can move at the same speed, SG.
Thank you, Chairperson. If I may be given time, I would need to just appreciate, are we starting at the beginning of where this journey started? Or am I giving a feedback in terms of where we are from the last plenary assembly session?
I think it's just a little bit of a summary because I know that some members are actually new to the entire conversation. Just a brief summary or within the time that you feel could really just touch on, and then where we are, so that we just have that almost an orientation, for lack of a better word, or a refresher.
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what I should organize, if we can continue with the other resolutions while I
Okay.
look at the appropriate information to flash. Thank you.
Okay. Well noted. And I'll call committee secretary to read us 1.2. After that, SG, we will again ask for your interventions as well as the members. Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to find out if we are not going to maybe add something on the action or remarks, because I'm looking at the action itself. It doesn't have the time frame, so it's like it's open-ended. Thank you.
And we take note of that, especially as we come back to 1.1, where the SG has asked that we give her time, and then she'll come back to us. And then also members, feel free to intervene and make contributions as we go item by item. And there are only 4 and any other. So is that a good way to proceed? Your submissions are all taken, honorable member? We proceed? Okay, you're clear? Okay, so 1.2, Secretary.
Honorable members, the next resolution is, and I read, implore SADC parliaments to put their efforts in domestication initiatives and come up with strategies and mechanisms for raising awareness in targeted laws and ensure collaboration and partnerships for funding the domestication initiatives and strengthening capacity of the members in carrying out their mandate. Honorable members, the status of this resolution is that it is ongoing. The SADC Parliamentary Forum is in the process, as it is today, of capacitating the members of the Rpmloc on the role in monitoring SADC model laws. In the present meeting, the members of the committee will be sensitized on their role and updated through presentations by the SADC Parliamentary Forum partners on the status of the domestication initiatives of the model law on the eradication of child marriage and protecting children already in marriage, and also on the model law on public financial management.
Any interventions? Yeah, we have the honorable members, and then SG. You may even conclude us once you hear from the members. Honorable Shelley.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. May I start by commending the efforts done by SG and her team. She has always been ahead, doing very well and supporting the committee, the Rpmloc committee. Having given us all this knowledge and the support, then the committee is knowledgeable or is empowered. But then when it comes to domestication and implementation of these model laws in our parliaments, then we are stuck. What do we mean? What do I mean by stuck? It becomes very difficult to train the rest of our members in our own parliaments on such things. Sometimes it's only by lucky that we are speaking the same language in our parliaments. An example of my parliament in the government of the Republic of Tanzania, that we have really taken this aboard, and we have these laws of eradication of child marriage, which we are still waiting it to be in progress. But then the re-entry of those who never finish school. But this training should go to all members of the parliaments in all 15 countries. And if you look at that resolution, it is speaking of funding the domestication and initiative and strengthening capacity of the members in carrying out their mandate. The problem is in the funding. In the SADC PF, I understand and I believe SG has done a lot for the 5 members of each country who are members of the SADC PF. But then when we take this document home in our countries with a number of more than 300, we need to lobby. We need to see that these things are accepted and they are practiced. We need to see that these model laws are domesticated and they are implemented. What am I insisting is a way of looking how to take home this knowledge and equip all the parliamentarians so that we can all speak the same language, and all these laws should be enacted or should be carried on. So that's why I just wanted to share. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so I know the secretary was also sharing something. I'm a very inclusive chair myself. Maybe you want to share what you are sharing before SG comes in. I'll thank you. We take note of that. Secretary.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I was going to say that in terms of the terms of reference of this committee, there is provision in the Constitution that the members or the member parliaments are enjoined to appoint focal persons in their respective countries to ensure that domestication efforts are followed up, so that the committee will be able to report on what has been happening in their respective countries. So I'm of the view that as we go along, looking at the terms of reference and also going along, looking at the envisaged action plan that we are hoping to come up with at the end of this meeting, what Honorable Charlie Raymond from Tanzania is putting across will be attended to, and also the members will be able to, as a take-home, ensure that this information that they are getting here and will be disseminated to the respective countries, so that the domestication efforts are monitored accordingly. Thank you. I hope the SG will also expand on this one. Thank you.
And also, if I may add, I was in between other conversation in the background. I think the point you raise, Honorable Raymond, is a critical one. If I got you rightly, you are also hitting on the issue of one, how do other members also get informed about what we are doing so that it's not just the few and it ends with us and dies with us. Secondly, I think it is also the issue of how do we make sure that these very important laws are domesticated in our different countries. So with that understanding, I see your head is nodding. I guess I got you right. In addition to what our secretary has added, I think one of the things we may want to be, what is the word, innovative about is to also take advantage of our clerks. Our clerks do come to these meetings, and I think they are part of Secretariat, if I'm not mistaken, our different clerks. Is it all clerks? There's a committee, and usually they come even ahead of us in some of these meetings. We need to find a way, especially that we are a committee of all committees, to push that what they gather from here, what we also gather from here, they now create a space according to our different parliaments to now orient all the members. Because that is within their reach. They're the CEOs of our parliaments, whether they will buy snacks, whether they will give some incentive. But I think that is something that we can add to the clerks to be doing for us, because they are the ones who allow what programs to go in our parliament. Because to your point, tomorrow we are out of parliament, then it's wasted. It's all wasted. And we know how our, turnover is. But even if the turnover wasn't high, this is an information that is critical. On the second point, on how do we then ensure that member states actually domesticate these model laws, I think this is where, even as SG come in to even maybe giving us more information, maybe this is where now us being a regional parliament will help us of some sort. We know very well that we will want to be making laws for the different countries, but I think if I remember the conversation, that being a regional parliament will give us a little bit oomph, a little bit strength, so that some of the model laws that we would only give as take it or leave it, maybe there will be some kind of mechanism while respecting the sovereignty of those states to try and then say, because you agreed to this, and this is a regional parliament, and because it has now these other relationships and recognition, can you domesticate them? So I think those are some of the issues, and ultimately is to continue engaging our executives. And how can that happen? By the first one, if all members believe that this is important, they can raise the question on the floor, they can raise motion, and they can hold the executive accountable. That's my humble submission. I hope it adds to your concern, even as the SG comes. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just to add something very little. Since the beginning of my participation in this committee, there's this vocabulary when we talk of status. It has been there long, ongoing. At home, we say that when things are not completely done, it's the language of politicians. Myself, I'm a politician. We are still doing it. It's ongoing. But when we come to this committee, this very serious committee, which I believe the rest of the committees are really expecting us to make decisions, and even Excellence Honorable SG would like this committee to do its duties well so that we can support the SADC PF in a big way. When things remain ongoing, they're endless. It started ongoing 2 years back. We are starting another term ongoing. And if at all, sorry to mention, Thoko will remember me, is this thing of this vocabulary. Maybe it's a legal word. I'm not a lawyer by profession, but let us come up with something. When we say it is ongoing, then maybe we should add another matrix of saying time limit, time frame. How long do you want it? There was only one ongoing, which really put our gave our SD challenge, and now it's done. It was about the signing. The signing was very difficult, but she had made it. It really needed time to persevere and time to do it. But when it comes to our meetings in a committee, it's not that difficult like the big issue. I'm proposing we put a time frame of our 3 models to be domesticated and implemented. I know it is not in the, what do you call, it is not in writing, but let us as a committee see how best. I totally agree with Thoko when she said there are going to be focal persons. Well, I think by the end of this session today or tomorrow, we'll know then how many focal persons in each country and where they reporting. I submit.
Honorable Chair.
Okay, you wanted to add something? Go ahead. Who wants to come through? Okay, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
From
Honorable member from Lesotho.
Lesotho. Mhm.
Yes. Yeah, I would like to resonate with what Honorable Raymond from Tanzania is saying. Of us having the ongoing status on some of the items that or resolutions that have been made either by the committee or the plenary. But I want us to be clear in terms of what are some of the things that are within the control of the committee or the plenary in terms of them happening versus things that, you know, are recommendations and the final outcome then is within the hands of the member states. But what I think I understand she wants to say is that for us as a committee, we should be able to set ourselves targets, set ourselves performance indicators, put timelines on when we would want to push things to happen, even if maybe the outcome of the signing may not be within our control, but the efforts that we are going to carry to actually try to influence the signing should have a very clear determined timelines and targets so that we know within a certain time, if we have not been able to achieve that, then that is an indication of performance on our side as the committee. So I think that's what really she wants to put out to say, if we are talking about the signing of the treaty, and there is going to be an involvement from this particular committee, how much time are we giving ourselves to go out there, do everything to convince countries to sign? Even if that time lapses, it's possible that we may still have other countries that have not signed because of their own issues. But for us, we have given ourselves a specific timeline that is clear that we are going to do everything within this time to try to convince everybody to achieve this. So the ongoing thing, I believe, with her, it just puts us in a position where we don't know, okay, and how do we measure our performance as the committee that we are actually doing the work if we have left everything open as ongoing without setting targets and performance indicators for ourselves? I believe that's what she's trying to get to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think my secretary here, but also secretariat and director of programs, I think we are all listening in. So is our secretary general. One of the things I would add to the conversation is that all observations are taken. And I think some of this, I also appreciate, Honorable from Lesotho, how you also raise the important part where there is member states, countries who have to make their own decisions. And we know where we end as SADC PF, later on, this committee of committees. But having taken into consideration what you have raised in terms of timelines, in terms of even clear indicators of how we are doing or where we are at, I think it is important, members, that we bring it during our action plan. because that will then help us in terms of as we look at our objectives and also the outcomes, so that we do feel with a time bound, because as we all know, to add on what Honorable Raymond said, when something has no time frame, well, it can go on, it can be perceptual and ongoing. So I think that's a good observation. And with those remarks, can I move to invite SG to speak to the issue, the resolution number 1.2, honorable members? Is there any interventions online? Who's helping us to note intervention? Is it?
There are no hands online. I'm also
Okay,
looking.
so
No hands online.
okay. So just give me.
I see online, I see, I don't know. I don't see any honorable member. I see, I'm not sure who is Jusiria Isais. That's the only person, but the rest are just secretariat staff. I don't see any other person. So just to point it out in that
Okay.
regard.
Those that are noting attendance, I think after break, let's just catch the members on the sidelines to ensure that they are attending. SG, your turn to contribute as it relates to resolution on the action taken report on 1.2.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, Chairperson.
Morning.
I appreciate very much the inputs from all of you, honorable members, because you have already started feeding into the program for the next 2 days. And indeed, it does not take away the fact that we must be clearer in terms of the expectation of fulfillment of some of these targets. But I want to thank you for reflecting on the process for ratification within our institutional framework, so that at the end of the day, when we do speak of domestication, we are ultimately talking to something that is within our reach. We are yet to get to the terms of reference of the committee, and some of these will be canvassed and broken down. That is part of the presentation that we're going to get into. But I want to assure you, honorable members, that you are grappling with the same issue that ministers and heads of states are grappling with. At the last summit, it was noted that despite the lapse of inordinately longer periods of time since signatures in certain protocols or adoption of certain protocols, and they listed many of them, there seems to be no movement from member states. I'm saying this now so that when we look at your terms of reference and what is it that you're supposed to do, you'll be able to notice that you are codependent on these structures. You are codependent on member states and the internal processes that bind each country. And therefore, some of the things we can do, some of the things we must limit them. And this speaks to how are we going to now demarcate our reporting mechanism as this committee. Now, just not that it makes a lot of sense, but just to indicate that as a result, Council in Luanda in 2023 said that they're going to commission a study because they're concerned about the implications of the slow pace, whether it is of signing, ratification, or accession to SADC protocols or SADC legal instruments. Looking at the responses that they have, they think that it's very low. So they commissioned a study which must be presented to the Ministers of Justice and Attorney General at their next meeting. And I'm happy that we have the chairperson who is the Minister of Justice. And we are going to feed into some of what is it that she knows on the other end and the practicality and the implications of this slow pace of signing, slow pace of ratification, among others. Let me then come closer to say, in our context, we have some level of leeway because there's a mixture of things that this committee ought to, for instance, this committee ought to follow through and report on. I'm giving a simple example. If a member of parliament is not remitting its annual contributions, That's an easy one that you can note and say A, B, C, D, and you can deal with. So it's giving us ideas as a secretariat to really look at how we demarcate these resolutions for reporting. And I don't want to get deeper into the substance of my presentations. Some of the issues that were raised by Honorable Shelley, and I want to thank her for that because I think it's coming from the wisdom of the experience that she's had over time in this committee. We wish we could have had timelines. We wish we had resources. We have the ambitions stipulated on paper, but it is the execution that is giving us a problem. And that is why this committee has been put in place, precisely for us to be able to do that. So I don't want to preempt our engagement on my presentation and the ones that are coming. Safe to say that sometimes Secretariat may not put the timeline because it is outside their control. And the timeline does not come forward because even with questionnaires sent to parliaments to give us indication, we don't get the feedback. And therefore, that is the role of this committee to continue to encourage, and as chairpersons, to be on the forefront of ensuring that the committees that you chair at least are motivated and encouraged to report on some of the indicators that we'll look into. So this is the beginning of a committee that has learned through other committee processes in the past. And you will note that in our presentations today, you will not be reporting like other committees. You'll be reporting in terms of measurement, performance of the SADC PF, performance of our member states in some of the protocols that are there. So we will define specific areas of monitoring so that we're emboldened to know where to look forward to. You spoke about the institutional framework and mechanism. Maybe it is about time to say what is at our disposal as SADC PF. Is it the SADC PF desk officers? Is it the, is it the committee secretary? Who does she or he work with? Who does she work with in this instance? And how is it that we can operate to make sure that when we want the numbers, we have the numbers. When we want the reporting, we have the reporting. When she is directed, there's a strategy in place. When she is directed, there are resources in place. Where there are no resources, what are the alternatives? So, Honorable Member, I just wanted to thank you for that. It's quite long. It's because you've also raised a lot of issues. But for me, it provides us a basic framework for collaboration. That must be clear. And it must not be ongoing. It must not be broad. It should not leave areas that are not stipulated in terms of who, when, and why. So, Ms. Toko, if you could kindly stop sharing so that I get to respond to some of the issues by way of sharing. It's going to be quite long. And I think it's going to eat into some of the presentation time because I'm being requested to give a background so that the members move forward with an appreciation of what is, since members are new in this committee. I'm looking at the time, it's 10:22. I don't know when you're going for tea. Should I start?
No, we need to finish with the different resolutions. We are getting to now 1.3, and then we have one more, Secretary General. So let's finish up. We only have 2, and I think we have already set ourselves to some of the conversation. But in terms of what we are doing, let's go to 1.3 if we are satisfied on 1.2, and then 1.4. Then we'll take a break, and when we come back, you dive in.
Okay,
So-
because I would then still be dealing with the issues that you're looking at right now. I was asked earlier, I was going to speak to the first point, the second point, in reflecting the background plus the responses. So maybe I should just move them forward, or it would now not be dealing with matters arising. I was requested to give a background.
I think let's just quickly move in terms of how we have them numbered, and we'll just then now give you a time to respond. We won't gag you to 0.3, 0.4. You just then move in a flow, and then we have to quickly break for a break. So with that, honorable members, Secretary, on 1.3, I will get back to you, SG, and that way that you don't lose your flow as well. Read 1.3.
Honorable members, I'm not going to share the screen now, but just read through the resolutions. There's 2 resolutions remaining. 1.3, encourage member states to put aside financial and human resources and come up with resource mobilization strategies locally instead of external funding from global funds. Honorable members, the status, again, without sounding as a broken record, it's ongoing because as the SG has alluded to, there are resources that are involved in the issues that the honorable member from Tanzania had raised. So the actions are that SADC Parliamentary Forum is in the process of coming up with a work plan and strategies for the committee, among which would be resource mobilization strategies. Further, the SADC Parliamentary Forum is constantly working with partners with whom monitoring and supporting the Rpmloc committee is done, including Equality Now, Plan International, Afrodad, UN Human Rights, representatives of civil society organizations, and also Conference of the Parties processes, and many others. I'll proceed to 1.4.
There is an intervention. Honorable Raymond.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And may I say honestly, this one should remain ongoing. And why? Because this should continue being insisted, and it must be followed. And here I commend Her Excellency Secretary General for the good effort and the relationship with the supporting groups. Had it not been for the partners whom she's working with, wouldn't even have been here today. And it is our presence and our work which we are doing, which really is keeping this SADC forum, SADC PF working. Why do I say that here the status should remain as it is ongoing? Because had it not been the support of the Plan International, Afrodad, in UN Human Rights, representative of civil societies, organizations, Conference of Partner Process, other embassies like the German embassy, which has also been supporting, and the good relationship of SG with these people, nothing would have been happening in this. Because when I go to the left and read that to work with the member parliaments, some are not even paying the fees. So here you see the balance. The scale is not balancing. So I'm just insisting that this should be ongoing, and Thoko, please take it very lightly or straight that not all should go straight, but other things takes time. For us to build on our own funds to support all this is not easy. If some cannot even pay their fees, how do we expect them to support the training of such groups or such committees? So I'm humbled, and I'm requesting that the relationship with the partners should be ongoing. I submit.
Malawi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. SG, I have a different opinion on this one, because it seems like we have been sitting comfortably just because someone is feeding us the porridge. We don't want to go to the fields and plow for ourselves, because it has been for quite some time now, being depending on the donors always. Therefore, if donors are not there, our programs are not there. We have to find means and ways of making finances for ourselves to support our endeavors. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Okay, I think we will excuse SG because she's going to come back to us with a full presentation. But as noted by the members, though, and that is the conversation in all these broader conversation, whether it's been plenary or wherever we are, some of us who are sitting in the executive, it's the issue, it's a back and forth, where especially those members who are not doing it feel like, yeah, let's depend on the donors. Then those who are doing it are now maybe even getting discouraged or fatigued. And yet we also don't have teeth to really talk to those who are not paying. And maybe this is something we should also be thinking as a committee, since we are a committee of all committees. But SG, we'll ask you to hold all your feedback so that you don't come in piecemeals. I will move to
Honorable Chair.
yes, an intervention.
Yes.
Yes, Lesotho. And
thank you very much.
Anyone online, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I also would want to give a bit of my opinion on this resolution on 1.3. And I think this is a resolution that we see coming up a lot across different committees, across different interventions, where we are really advocating for SADC member states to try to dive into sustainable means of financing of their activities. And this is because we are realizing with time that donor funding is depleting, it's diminishing with time as the rise of global challenges that are actually diverting the funds that used to be available for certain programs into other issues. So this then calls for us to really always, under different programs, be thinking about how do we sustain our programs and have donor funding as complement funds, because keeping relationships with these donors and organizations is important. We cannot get to a point where we believe we can sustain ourselves on our own, but at the same time, we really need to be using them more as resource organizations that guide us and help us to actually get certain things done. They provide technical assistance, but this one of finances, with all honesty, parliaments need to do a lot of work to be able to raise funds to be able to cover for the activities, because we cannot continue relying on donor funding forever. It is a process. It's not something that is going to happen within a night, but we need to start seeing some bit of efforts of saying, how do we raise funds to be able to support domestication of the laws? How do we raise funds to ensure financing of our health systems? If we sit in a position where we believe donor funding is a substitution of resources that we should be the ones looking for, then we are leaving ourselves in a very vulnerable position. But we do acknowledge the partnerships and we want to strengthen them further. But it would be great to transition from a partnership where we are brought together for financial support more than technical assistance, but moving to a point where we have partners supporting us with the knowledge and expertise more than with financial resources. Thank you.
Well noted, honorable members. I think actually this is a bigger conversation because it's the same thing in our countries. There was a conversation around ring-fencing our funding as donors are pulling out, especially in the issues of things like HIV and AIDS and all that, and how much of it is the executive giving to health, for example. And what if tomorrow the donors whether bilateral, multilateral relationship did not give. So I think it's a tendency that we are also seeing at play, even here at SADC PF. But let's proceed to 1.4, and then we'll have SG now respond once we have made our interventions. Secretary.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The last resolution on the actions taken report is, I read, authorize and direct the Secretariat to continue to invest in building the capacity of the members to carry out their mandate in the respective standing committees to enable them to carry out their mandate. Actions for this resolution are: the orientation of the newly elected members will include capacitating them on their oversight mandate as members of their respective committees to enhance their understanding of the mandate of standing committees in relation to SADC model laws and related policies and laws. That would be the end, honorable members.
Any intervention on that? Honorable members? Yes, honorable member?
Agreed.
Yes, agreed. That would be important. Do we all agree? Okay, with that, any other interventions? None. We agree. With that, we ask that the Secretary General do give us intervention on these very resolutions and action taken reports, after which I hope it will be before 11 a.m. that we will break off for a tea break. SG?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me start with the issue of the SADC transformation. And as I go along, because some of the issues really pertain to what you are saying, are we enjoying the benefits of our decisions? What needs to be done? What opportunities are we missing? And, you know, ABCD. So let me start with the SADC PF transformation into a regional parliament. And honorable members, please, please, please lend me your ears completely, because I'm going to speak to some of the elements that should allow you to really appreciate where we started with this journey and where we are. And I would really plead with you to see the similarities and differences, so that even when we speak as chairpersons on these matters, or when we hear our members in our committee speak to these issues, we're able to shed light into the type of parliament that we are looking at currently. So just a brief, honorable members, these are extracts of Council of Ministers records. And I'm starting here in 2015. You will see, honorable members, that the journey for the transformation was tabled through Council and Summit from 2004. And now I'm starting here at 2015 because they reiterate what happened since then. So the first one is that the issue of the transformation of the SADC PF into a regional parliament has been tabled to Council and Summit and has been rejected 6 times. Remember, this is the history. It was rejected 6 times, where SADC Parliamentary Forum was advocating for itself to be transformed into a regional parliament. And here you can see that in line with Council and Summit decision of 2004, 2008, 2011, heads of state did not support the establishment of the SADC Parliament. And I'll get to the reasons now. Council further in Granby, Mauritius, 12 to 14, 2004, they said they are still establishing the Pan-African Parliament, so to speak. I'm not reading word for word. And it went on and on and on. These are the times. It goes further. 2016, the matter came before. There was an ad hoc committee which was constituted to examine and respond to the preconditions set by Summit. and still we came out with nothing. We move on. Now, in 2018, the SADC Parliamentary Forum then reviewed its proposal to summit. And let me tell you why it was being rejected. It was being rejected because member states says, we don't want our sovereignty to be interfered with. We wanted a parliament with lawmaking powers. They said no. We wanted to oversight the budget of SADC. They said no. We wanted to have members of parliament who are elected, like in East Africa, to be members of SADC parliament and not be members of their own parliaments as it is currently. And they said no. So I just want to give this picture so that we remember that the transformation that was being rejected, it was because of sovereignty, it was because of issues of oversight, to some extent it was issues of finances. Now, let me share with you the journey of the transformation. Are there any questions this far?
See none, you proceed.
Okay, so now I'm going to share with you the journey of the transformation. Like I said, now in 2018, the SADC Parliamentary Forum gathered information with member parliaments. We did a study which mostly found out from member parliaments, why is your parliament refusing to accept this transformation? Can you tell us what is it that would make you agree to the transformation of the SADC PF into a regional parliament? The parliaments debated these motions and gave us report, and there was a comparative paper that was done with the features that the parliaments agreed to. They said also what the heads of state said, don't interfere with our sovereignty. We do not want to spend money that we don't have on this parliament. 3, we don't want to interfere with issues of oversight of the community. That paper was revised. It was sent to SADC Summit in August. After this, Summit dictated and said, okay, go ahead. We can now recognize that this is something we can identify with. For that reason, we are agreeing in principle that we are going to transform the SADC PF into a regional parliament. We are agreeing that we're going to set up a task team made out of staff from the SADC PF and the SADC Secretariat to consider the views of member states and streamline a joint process so that we don't go back and forth and say, this one says this one says this. Claire sitting there is chairing that task force with the member of SADC Secretariat, and she can shed more light since she's with you there. So we established a task team in 2018. In December, we submitted a comprehensive report to SADC Secretariat. 2018. 2019, these were just process. The team was working. We move on. 2018, Summit then recommended that there should be a study. This study was supposed to be involved going to all the regional parliaments in the world. So we got staff of parliament from the various parliaments, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Namibia, Angola, Mozambique, who became part of this group that went around, and they visited all the regional parliaments and submitted the report to Summit. It was a 100-page analysis which showed the differences. So they were able to look at the model of the EU Parliament. They look at East Africa. They look at ECOWAS. They looked at the Maghreb. They looked at every one of them. SADC was very clear that we don't want to be any of those parliaments for various reasons. 1, we don't have money. 2, our sovereignty should not be interfered with. 3, this issue of oversight must get out, and the issue of independence of this parliament over the executive functions at regional level, we do not want to hear about it. These papers are available. Mr. Manzi and Claire will make sure that they share with you. And 2019, the same discussion. Ultimately, it was agreed that having agreed to all those areas, we are now going to agree to a roadmap. The roadmap included a step-by-step process where the document said, stage 1, we allow you to do A, B, C, D. Basically, it was saying, remain as you are as SADC PF. with no powers. The only thing that will change, because in your procedures and constitution, there's nothing about model lawmaking, will give you that function to do the model lawmaking process. However, you remain as you are. So 5 years, after 5 years, 10 years, we go back to Summit and say, Summit, how have we been behaving? We think we've done very well. Can you give us a little bit more powers or allow us to engage with you further in this process by allowing us to do XYZ? So everything else in this roadmap is done with the blessings of Summit. And I always hear sometimes in speaking, we say, we want to transform very quickly because we want to be a parliament. We must be clear that this parliament is going to be changed by name, not necessarily that we're going to have any lawmaking powers. Summit also said we don't have money to fund a new parliament, which means that the issue of resources will remain member parliaments contributing to SADC-PF. And currently we have a situation where the executive committee is discussing the issue of increasing subscriptions. The current resources that we have at the SADC-PF are not enough. By 2026, all your subscriptions will only be paying staff emoluments. We are talking about programs right now in terms of funding this, we should be independent. And at the same time, we're not increasing these resources. This is what the task team has been also requested to do. Before we finalize the protocol, can you give us the financial viability of this parliament for us to know whether indeed we should be proceeding in this manner? So let me move quickly because the others are just detailed steps. Where are we right now? It's shaded here. August 2024. 12 member states have signed the agreement amending the SADC Treaty with those preconditions to recognize SADC Parliament as one of the SADC institutions. Namely, you've listed there. We have member parliaments that have not signed, but the bottom line here is that the 12 countries have been able to allow us to reach the threshold, and the agreement of amending the SADC Treaty has entered into force on the 11th of July, 2024. But we have agreed that member states that have not signed, and this is what Summit also said, member states that have not signed are urged to sign the treaty to recognize the SADC Parliament as one of the SADC institutions. This is because, according to the SADC Treaty, if a member has not signed, it cannot enjoy the benefits of a parliament. So now, on the 18th of August, they circulated the protocol to member states. This protocol is going to detail the issues that I've just spoken about. What type of parliament, what powers, where do they get their finances from? Who are the staff working at the secretariat? Which countries do they come from, or who is allowed to be a member who's allowed to work at the secretariat? Only those who have signed, for instance. If there's a waiver, then anybody else can work. Those are the details. Where do they get their money from? So briefly, this is where we're at with the SADC transformation. Countries have been made it very clear. There was a lobby mission to Botswana. Botswana indicated that they will sign, but they still have issues in terms of the type of parliament that we have taken to Summit to approve. Botswana feels we should get a parliament with lawmaking powers. We should have members who are elected to go to this parliament, and that we are setting the bar too low. You'll hear me, it contradicts what has already been approved by the structures of Summit and others. We are following up with Madagascar. The Speaker of Angola has been in touch with Madagascar. The President of SADC-PF has been in touch with Madagascar to encourage them to sign. And this is the background, honorable members. I may stop here for questions because I don't want to go further into detail. This is the background. What is important for you as chairpersons, familiarize yourself with the type of parliament that we have deposited to Summit for them to approve. Reflect on the resources, reflect on how you're going to shape your committees to be able to be responsive, to really operate as a parliament. Let me stop here on the background of the parliament and simply end by saying all the other issues that you have raised, honorable members, are clear. And at the end of the day, it's only us who can recognize that we cannot agree, for instance, that we want to have a secretariat, we want to have a parliament, and then agree that we're also not going to fund it, and then agree that we don't need staff, or we need staff, but we're not going to do much about it because for various reasons that we have. We cannot come up with model laws and then not want to enjoy the benefits of the model laws by domestication. We cannot look at opportunities that are there for financing. If there's money, what is it that we can do? And I'll request Mr. Manzi is there to talk about the programs department. Claire is there to talk about some of the issues related to the financing. And basically, it's basically saying, are we effectively cooperating as member parliaments as per the constitution? And what does cooperation look like? Protocols, domestication of protocols, our model laws that are there, paying subscriptions, having a secretariat that is staffed and operational and effectively running. Otherwise, we render ourselves to be a weakened organization which does not really agree to anything else that they put out there. It defeats the purpose of widening or deepening any cooperation in parliamentary diplomacy. I would like to stop here, Chair.
Well, indeed, we hear it in your voice. You know, as they say, we all have to use all our senses, the eyes, the ears, the nose, and we sense the, I don't want to say frustration, but somewhere there. And so that's why we are here as Rpmloc, right? As the committee of all committees. With that, honorable members, I think the SG has ably articulated the history and whatnot and where we are and some of the dynamics that we'll be diving in. Is it fair to say that we do break for a break? And then I know that Mr. Manzi has been given a responsibility. To respond? Okay. Okay, so how many minutes do we have before break? Yeah, so we have 10 more minutes. Okay. So with that, I'm being guided that we can give you time, Mr. Manzi and Madam Claire, to add on to what SG has said. And then also members, if there's any more addition, but some of the things will even come in some of our presentation, and hopefully we can take some of this conversation in our different committees. Mr. Manzi?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, honorable members through SG. I think it is not necessarily giving a response. I think perhaps what the SG wanted us to say is perhaps to add on what she has said in terms of the challenges that the institution is having for it to perform effectively. I will just illustrate, I think, the issue to do with the programs. For the institution to perform effectively and efficiently, you need adequate staff and competent staff. If you look at the staff establishment of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, the program department, which is the core department of the institution, this is the department that facilitates the plenary and committee session business. The staff complement that we are having is 3 members of staff instead of having 10. So you can just see, honorable members, in terms of how the magnitude of the problem that the core department is having. The 4th member of staff, which is myself, is the director. I have joined the institution on the secondment arrangement from Malawi. Malawi is sponsoring in full or in totality for my stay with the forum. But the 3 members of staff that I'm talking about, the program managers or committee secretaries, there are 3. There's Mr. Kurasha there, There is Rachel Mundiro, who has just been recruited, I think, some few months ago, under a project, CEDA project, SRHR project. And recently, we have Madame Masenat. She's here now. She's just even less than a month in the institution as a program manager for TIF. So the supplement that we would wish to make to what the SG was talking about, as we are transforming ourselves from a forum to SADC Parliament, we should also be looking in terms of how best we should support the institution to effectively tick as an institution. So you can just see just one example that I've given, plus many more other issues, the issues of finances, which she also mentioned that my colleague Claire is going to mention. Those are the things that perhaps you as leaders, you need to have information on and perhaps help in terms of how best you can support or intervene as leaders of the institution to make sure that the institution is really capacitated and it delivers according to the intended expectation of the institution. I think that's an addition that I would wish to make, Madam Chair.
Thank you for those additions. And I think there was some documents that the SG spoke to, or things we need to be aware of as chairpersons. If there's also an ask to Secretariat that whatever can be shared, even some of the history or where we are at, what can be shared to us, I think, as this committee, as she was presenting. And I remember her saying there are also other things we need to be brought to speed about. Maybe some will come in our orientation, but some maybe by virtue of documents we'll really appreciate so that we can address ourselves. Madam Claire, who is the director of...
Sorry, Madam Chair, my voice is not so good. I'm just
Director of
recovering
Corporate
from
Governance. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just recovering from a bad flu, so my voice may not be so good, but I'll try to just also riding on what the Secretary General has said. I think she's covered it quite well, but I wanted to just highlight a few things. One, the issue of finances. It has been a very big issue during this process of negotiating, so to speak, the transformation, the approval of the transformation, first of all. All the time, the issue that was brought up by the heads of state, in fact, sometimes even just the technocrats, the Council of Ministers, and was always the issue of financing. They were worried that the establishment of a parliament would probably call for infrastructure, a new staff structure in the organization. So as she has explained, and also, of course, there were issues of sovereignty. They were worried that the parliament would then start to make laws which might be binding. So eventually, those things were removed from the proposal, such that the parliament that is now being established following the 12 signatures is actually one without lawmaking powers, and also the parliament will actually essentially continue to operate in the same manner that the forum operates. Essentially, that's what it will be. There will be a change in the name, first of all. Of course, that changes some dynamics. For example, interactions in the international parliamentary community, you are at a completely different position if you say we're a SADC parliament than if you say we're a SADC parliamentary forum. Those two things weigh differently in the international parliamentary community. So there will be those changes. But I think the major issue in terms of operational modalities that will change is the formalization of the model laws making process. That one will be, according to the protocol that's been drafted, will be recognized, and hopefully, there will be some leeway for these model laws to find themselves in the summit, where at least some of the provisions can then be discussed, and there would be that follow-up to a formal follow-up, because at the moment, there's no formal follow-up between the forum. When you pass a model law, for example, or a resolution to get to summit, which is the executive. There's no formal interaction. So the creation of the parliament or the establishment of the parliament hopefully will, to some extent, cure that, or at least begin to ameliorate that situation. We are not yet very sure how exactly, but it is hoped that at some point, the resolutions, or at least the model laws made by the parliament, will find themselves in front of the heads of state for some discussion, or at least some of the provisions from there. So as the issue of finances has been going, I think SG mentioned that, in fact, when the approval was given in Malawi in 2021 for the forum to actually transform, it was with a condition that Summit wanted to see a financial analysis of the feasibility and viability of this decision. So at the time that the protocol will be going for consideration by Summit, there will have to be a financial analysis of the forums, or currently the forums operations or the parliament. Now, coming back to the way our finances are now, we are highly dependent on, I think, two major sources. One, the member contributions, which largely finance, for example, staff emoluments. But we do have a lot of staff, I think, like Mr. Manzi has mentioned, in the core departments who are actually project financed. And that's not a very safe situation because the donors, and I think this is not a secret, first of all, donor fatigue has set in. A lot of donors are pulling out of for example, the governance sector where parliaments are. There's a lot of donors have pulled out there in other sectors now. But also now we have, I think, one major donor, and that is Sweden. And they've been financing quite a large, our flagship program, the SRHR project, under which quite a number of staff have actually benefited by having a number of staff. But there's a concern that the forum itself does not seem to be investing in itself. The members are not investing in the forum because there've been some resistance to increase the subscriptions. Of course, the argument has been that no, because we are in the process of transforming, we don't want to rock the boat and we don't want to increase subscriptions because we'll be seen. Remember, there's that argument on the other side that there should be no extra cost at all. That is the position taken by the heads of state. They said, no, we don't even want, not even one. We don't want any financial implications for us from this exercise or this project of transforming. So there's been this resistance to increase subscriptions based on the fact that we don't want to jeopardize the transformation process. However, as members will appreciate, there's no organization, not even a small firm, that can run successfully without increasing its income at some point, even just for normal, inflation, the normal things. There's always that increase. So it has been it is quite a challenge. And I can just imagine what will happen when the financial analysis is done, because the books of the forum will be opened and these issues will then come out. I mean, it will be very clear looking at the structure of the organization. If in the core department you have 3 staff instead of 10, what are you doing? I don't know what picture it will paint at that point, but the finances of the forum will actually be opened and scrutinized. They'll come under scrutiny. So, yeah, that is something that I think the forum needs to be aware of, and this particular committee. Coming to this committee in particular, I would also like to highlight something that I've learned during this process of the transformation, the discussions that we've had at technical level. And I will not speak at this point about the political level, which is summit, maybe the ministers, but just at technical level. I remember when we had one meeting where we were actually going through the protocol, the draft protocol, clause by clause. And when we got to the regional parliamentary oversight, model laws oversight committee, a very serious concern was raised regarding what is the role of this particular organ. And we explained And there was a very insistent resistance about the word oversight. Again, I would request that you recall what SG said. There were studies that were done from other parliaments, and the issue of the word oversight, because this is not the parliament that's been created has no lawmaking powers. So why do you, this is the question they were asking, why would you want it to have oversight powers? So the word oversight actually was a point of contention. So far up to the
Sorry,
to the
Madam
last.
Msonda,
Yes,
the
ma'am.
word oversight on this committee
Yes.
as a committee of all committees, because it does say it has an oversight role.
Yes.
Not SADC PF, because that is cleared. There'll
Yes.
be no oversight role to the
Yes.
other member states. So you're talking of this committee.
This committee.
Okay, not
Yes. So the word oversight in the nomenclature of this committee was not very easily accepted because it was felt that it could be interpreted that this committee has powers to oversee the executive in terms of domestication, like the things we are talking about, you were talking about earlier, in terms of following up the resolutions. So it took quite a bit of explaining. I think we used the argument that Honorable has just said that, no, this is for oversight of, but of course, if you look at the terms of reference of the committee, it does tend to go outside just the forum. It's not overseeing the other committees of the forum. It actually, if you look at the terms of reference, it takes it outside to ensure domestication. Now, domestication can only be done in the member states. And the members, domestication, to all intents and purposes, is a preserve of the executive. So it tends to kind of go into that space. And they were very, 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 very uncomfortable at technical level. However, we did manage to get the word in. As at now, it's in the protocol. I don't know now that it's been sent to the member states for internal consultations, and they requested, I think, a period of 6 months. I believe there will be some more scrutiny, and we don't know what will come back now from the member states, if this will be accepted, or, and it will go through the lawyers, the attorneys general, and everyone, all the technical people. We don't know how it will come out, but these are some of the concerns relating to lawmaking, oversight, and finances. There have been some very sticky issues around those issues. And I think even now, some parliaments, I don't know, I think Mauritius has still been raising the issue. What about funding? What about funding? And when that financial analysis is done, we're not sure how it will pan out. We just hope for the best. I think that's what I can say for now, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, while my mind is still fresh, and us being the committee of committees, I think the issue of oversight really have to be looked into. I don't know, SG and Secretariat and together with my colleagues here, because if clearly from what SG was explaining, that part of the reason why this the SADC Parliamentary Forum being transformed in a regional parliament was denied was the issue of oversight. Until that was removed, why then would we want to put this committee almost like a backdoor kind of oversight? Or should we be so clear that this oversight is more from all the committees within our house? I'm just now, what is the word? Being the devil's, I hate to use the devil. I really don't like the devil at all. Being an advocate for the other side of the coin, maybe this is where we want to think through our terms of reference, whether we tweak them or do we still have to maintain the oversight? And if we do, maybe it is an oversight within our internal committees. At least that was my layman understanding coming in. But from what you're explaining, there's almost a stretch which could create that previous conversation, and we wouldn't want to do that. So maybe that's just food for thought, honorable members, because I was of the understanding, even as your new chair, but I guess we'll learn more in our orientation, that when we say we are the committee of committees, is within our structure as a SADC Parliamentary Forum. But if we are saying this committee even has tentacles outside, That's a very important conversation to have around our terms of reference.
May I,
With
Chair? Okay, sorry.
Yes, and I
Before
was
we
going to
conclude-
call upon you
Yeah.
just now,
Mm.
while being mindful that we need to break now, and I will add the 10 minutes to our break because some of us arrived in late and we have nothing in our stomachs. But SG, do go ahead and add, and then we will recover the minutes that we have lost for our break. SG.
Okay, we are going to get into the terms of reference of the committee. Where I sit is an issue of interpretation. And we will expand on that. The model laws that we come up with are not in a vacuum. They restate and reiterate commitments and protocols, treaties that have already been agreed to by Parliament. I think the policy foundation of requesting to be a Parliament recognize the role of parliaments in assisting the executive to domesticate. It is from that context that it should be understood. And any discomfort, in my view, I think is misplaced. Because at the end of the day, if we are talking about cooperation, if you are an institution of SADC, as per the amendment of the treaty, how then can you then have a different agenda, safe like our constitution say, to support the implementation capacity of SADC? I'll stop here. If there's any need to discuss this, because she did say it's at the technical level. But I believe that we should not be too academic in this context. We must look at the cooperation that is envisaged in this regard. Otherwise, it's as good as saying members of parliament should not in any way speak to anything that the executive speaks to, which I think then it goes away from the whole issue of why there's cooperation. The separation of powers is very clear. And I don't think that the role of members of parliament at the regional level usurps the lawmaking powers or any other powers of members of parliament at the national level. I just wanted us to leave on this note. When we look at the terms of reference, it will be seen that it is a source of information for domestication to enhance the implementation capacity of SADC protocols, treaties, among others. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, already we are diving in, honorable members, and thank you, SG, for those remarks as we come to another side of our meeting. We now come to the end of part one of the substantive issues on our agenda, and we shall now proceed for a health break, and we will commence back with the orientation program now at 11:41. We take a break. I hope I was on when I was saying that. For the members online, we have officially closed with part one of our program, and we are taking a health break, and we'll be back at 11:41 as we dive into the orientation that the SG and team will lead us through. Honorable members, thank you very much. Okay. Honorable members. Okay. Honorable members, the meeting has been called to order. We reconvene, and there is also a sheet that is going through. That's going around, sorry. Please, can we ensure that we do just that in case we haven't signed? According to our agenda, and welcome back. Hopefully that your break was successful. I think we are now moving into the session where we will be actually oriented. And in our program, we are looking at the introduction, understanding the roles of this committee as members, the modalities for the committee, to leveraging the year 2024 to 2026. That is our 2-year, and deliberations as well as recommendation. It is now my singular honor to call upon Her Excellency, our very much able Secretary General, to lead us through this segment of the meeting. Secretary General, your turn.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you very much, Honorable Member. You forgot to send me tea through virtual means. And I'm still thirsty, but anyway, on a lighter note, honorable members, thank you so much. I think you have started us off very well in terms of the discussions that we've had. It also helps me elevate the discussions in a manner that will feed into some of the issues that have been raised. The starting point, and I had to change my presentation following the discussions as we're going along. The most important part is that, honorable members, since this is an inaugural meeting, let us start with the terms of reference. The discussion that we had earlier dictates that we must go through the terms of reference so that we understand what is incorporated in our terms of reference. Go through each one of them. Where we have questions, where there's no clarity, we must be able to do so in this regard. At the outset, honorable members, let me point out, what's going on? It's not moving. Let me point out that this is a relatively new organ of the forum, established under Article 10 of the SADC Parliamentary Forum Institution. The design of this Regional Parliamentary Oversight Committee is to monitor the domestication of model laws and related policies. I underline it is to monitor the domestication of model laws and related policies, not to usurp the powers of domestication at the national level and related policies. That is why it is an organ which one can liken to monitor and related treaties such as the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, the Maputo Protocol on the Protection of Women in Africa, as well as the African Charter on Democracy of Elections and Governance. I'm picking these because these are part of what permeate through the model laws that we have developed. The committee must be perceived as a medium to domesticate SADC model laws. Like I said earlier, when we broke for tea, you are an important organ. Your model laws include a lot of subjects that are contained in most of the protocols, in most of the conventions, and we find that it is important for us to facilitate its implementation in that regard. So, honorable member, without doubt, this committee is one of the important SADC Parliamentary Forum organs. Since the forum is all about domestication of regional policies through national parliaments. Without domestication, honorable members, you'll agree with me that regional policy then will suffer. And we will all agree that, for lack of a better word, the SADC PF was always considered to be a talk shop, where we sit, we talk, and nothing else happens. But through this committee, domestication is what morphs the forum from a talk shop to a regional organ with tangible results. The Oversight Committee should be seen as strategic on domestication, and how best it can be achieved can only be done through this committee and in collaboration with national parliaments. Honorable Chair, there are challenges that were outlined earlier by members regarding why domestication is a problem. I think Honorable Shady Raymond spoke of the strain from appreciating what happens at the regional level, going back to the domestic context, and the struggles, the challenges that appear to be there. So this committee's objective is to make sure that we work through some of these challenges, if at all. And I'll expatiate on some of these challenges later on in the presentation as we go through the terms of reference. So let me look at the reporting mechanism, having said that. It is on the screen, and I believe that we can all look at our constitutions later in the terms of reference. I've talked about you monitor and evaluate the domestication of SADC model laws. You don't monitor any other process outside that, because the domestication lies with member parliaments. And I think this is a very important distinction for interpretation of where we take what this committee does. You facilitate engagement with national authorities, grassroots organizations, and the media. This is what the SADC PF does. We link up with citizens. Parliaments do so at national level. At the regional level, we link up with relevant authorities. When you look at the cycle for the domestication of model laws, there is no sector that is left out. Whether it is in government, civil society, whether it is in national authorities, whether it is the media and other technical partners. You report directly to the plenary assembly as per Rule 20 of the SADC PF Rules of Procedure. So, honorable members, earlier on we discussed issues. To give you context, we're touching on the mandate of the Executive Committee, issues of financing, issues of challenges of governance. It was for context, honorable members, and it will not be correct for this committee to take up issues of the Executive Committee and make it their mandate. It was for you to appreciate that, yes, we may not be reporting as fast as we could. We may not be having the resources that the ambitions of this committee require. However, we must be clear of the framework of reporting and who we talk to. Fortunately, in this committee, we have the chairperson of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus who sits in the Executive Committee. We will have some members in this committee going forward, maybe, who continue to sit in the Executive Committee, like the chairperson. It is with wisdom that these members then engage with issues at the Executive Committee, not to usurp the powers of the Executive Committee and make them theirs. So I felt I needed to give context in terms of why you have been told about the finances, why you have been told about the capacity. For instance, Toko is sitting there as a secondary staff. And you'll see that she keeps saying, Madam SG will expatiate. If Toko was here full time, she would not be saying that. She will be running with the process. She will be able to do, but she's not full time and only allocates a few hours. So that was for your appreciation. We have in place a chair of chairs in the name of the chairperson, Honorable Kasune, in this regard. We have a vice chairperson. And we know that you are also chairpersons of committees whose mandate you need to respect and whose views and agenda you need to respect. And it is because of the oversight that you need to facilitate us with internally that we highlight this particular location of your roles. You'll meet twice a year at a place and time that the Secretary General may determine. And I'm saying this because a lot of times we've had policy decisions taken. Where there are resources, you meet physically. Where there are no resources, you meet virtually. In this particular instance, it is through the SRHR project that you're able to meet. Should that money run out, we are going to go back to meeting virtually. Should parliaments not be able to facilitate your coming physically, and the secretariat not be able to provide for conference costs and secretariat support, will be relegated to meet virtually. So this committee must be able to strategically engage with the report of the treasurer when resolutions are passed, and be able to look and monitor that when you take resolutions in that manner, we cannot then be bringing other resolutions that contradict what has been taken at a higher level. So that is the added burden of the chairpersons of the committee, not just thematic, but I think you're expected as chairpersons to be much more intimate with the processes of the decisions of the executive committee report, among others. Because sometimes when you write reports, our ambitions sometimes do not correspond to the fiscal environment of the organization. And it is for this reason that I'm raising these issues in context. May I stop here, Honorable Chair, to get feedback from members for me to explain myself better, because if we don't get these on board in terms of our roles, we may then have discussions that take us back to what we believe should be or should not be. May I pause here, Chair? It is not a presentation. Let's make it interactive so that we're able to really make sure this inaugural meeting sets us in the right footing for us to execute our functions.
Honorable members, any interventions? Can we keep an eye? Is there any members online? Are we still okay with our quorum? Still good. Okay, so we don't have to be mindful as much to look for interventions online. From what SG has actually taken us through. Any interventions? Or it was clear? Yes, Honorable Member from Lesotho.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mine is really just to appreciate the clarification and points of emphasis that Madam SG has put forth, especially where she speaks about, the roles of the executive committee versus the roles of this particular committee. We should appreciate the fact that the executive committee is addressing some of the concerns and issues that we are having. And the fact that we have gotten to this point is because they have had interventions that were successful on those similar issues. So it would be great for the purpose of progress for this committee really not to try to take things back in circle and try to deliberate on matters that the executive committee has power to work on. So that to me was a very good directive from Madam SG to say, let us refrain from getting into issues that possibly are discussed in other platforms, but focus on the terms of reference, particularly for this committee, and what the meeting we are sitting in is much more about. We may have opinions, we may have perspectives on certain issues, but let us trust in the system that they are being addressed elsewhere. And the fact that we are still moving from one step to the next step, it means things are being addressed, issues are being ironed out, and that will be able to keep us on track. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member from Lesotho, and Honorable Raymond.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mine is an appreciation as well. I thank the Secretary General and her team for making sure that this thing progress well. As mentioned earlier, this is an organ to monitor the SADC law implementation. But then before we left for tea, when the learned sister, Claire, was explaining, she said that some of the member states, or maybe some of those who are observing this, were hesitating for this committee to be an oversight But what SG have just explained, shows clearly that this oversight vocabulary in this committee has nothing to do to oversee what is being done in those, but then it is an inside job. Refer Article 10 of SADC PF. And what we want to see is domestication of the model laws. And of course, we want to see that it is facilitated and it is implemented. But one thing I did not get it clear from SG is there's one of us, and if I got it well, is our chairperson. I think for the time being, it's you, Minister of Justice from Zambia, who is sitting here as our chair. And for this matter, may I thank the Zambian government for letting you keep on with this new assignment as our chairperson, which I think you are doing very well. And today we've witnessed how you are conducting this meeting. If I may ask, are you the one who sits in the executive committee? I didn't get it well from our chairperson. I mean, from Secretary General, when she said that one of us in this committee sits in the executive committee. That is one. And second, SG really read our minds and see how we have so many questions as the one members. How is it going to happen? How long is it going to take? But then that's not a problem for the time being. To me, a problem is how then.
The second one, what did you say? And please, can we check if the noise is affecting those online? Can we confirm? Maybe they can type in the chat box how we are doing with the noise, or maybe someone.
Sorry, the noise is here. I'm in the office, but there seems to be a festival in the grounds of Parliament. Maybe it's the noise that's coming from this end.
No, there's music. I don't know the hotel.
It
maybe
is music, yes. I think they're setting up for a live show. So
no, they are
testing
having
the
an
systems.
event.
No, they're testing the systems. It comes on and off.
Oh, wow. Okay. So I don't know if there's a way to say minimize, but if your friends are partying, you don't
Okay,
want to.
let me mute myself when you intervene, and maybe I'll speak loud. That's why I'm speaking louder. I appear very passionate or frustrated because I'm trying to
It is on this
drown the
end.
noise.
Yeah. So I think we have, I think they've stopped. It was just an intro, but Secretariat, we can just ask that we are mindful of each other. Those that are partying and those of us who are on serious business. Honorable Sherry Raymond, I see you're having a conversation. Do you want to get also her concerns before you come in, or you're ready to give us back your question around the second point?
Giving the second point.
Yes.
And this one is a request to SG to let us know then, how do our matters here taken aboard to the summit? Thank you.
Okay. So SG, you are going to come and expound on, but on the area of where I sit. So in the Zambian Parliament, once the chairperson for the Zambian Women Parliamentary Caucus is an election, which runs for half of 5 years. And so in December, we will be having another election. And there the members choose who would now become the chair. Also within our constitution, you can continue whether you're in the executive or not. While in other parliaments, you cannot be part of the executive if of their caucus if you are part of the executive. So maybe Honorable Shelley, you are not here. I take over from Honorable Kanduluo, who was the chairperson for the committee. She had the privilege to be a minister of health. And then she was a chief and affairs and local government, and she ended as Minister of Education. And for the 5 years, she was still the chairperson for the Zambian Women Parliamentarian Caucus. As for me, it remains to the members either to vote me back, and it also remains to me whether I can handle these roles while having that other hat. But according to our constitution, you can remain in the caucus, even in an executive role, as long as you win an election. If you put up your name and also the members choose you. Then the other part of being part of the executive, and this is where I can be corrected, SG. I think what I remember is that the speakers are on a rotation basis for, is it 2 years? And then in that 2 years, one of the speakers does hew back and nominate a member who is part of SADC PF who they would want to sit on their behalf. Am I correct? That's my layman understanding. So when we came in, it was a time for Honorable Nelly Mutsi for Zambia to hew back. And it is there in her wisdom. I don't know how they come about it, whether it's just herself or she consult with the locals. Then I was nominated to have that role in the executive. So that, and I think there used to be the Zimbabwean man, the gentleman who's no longer a member of parliament, who also used to sit in there for institutional memory. So I think that also has a time frame. So I think she's coming back now, which means I can no longer be in the executive. But the time frames, the Secretariat or the SG can advise us. So that is my submission on how I sit in these roles. I think the latter part was the advantage that we may have if I still continue in this role, because when SG was presenting, she kept on saying, these usually go back to the Ministers of Justice or the Council of Ministers. So if you already have an insider, for Zambia, that may be an advantage. But at the same time, it's dependent on if I win back the elections, which should be coming up in the end of December, also if I even want to continue, because I'm only 3 months in this role and I'm weighing the load that comes with it. So those were my submissions. I don't know, SG, if you want to respond to some of the concerns that she had, and if I've misled in any way that you can clarify, SG.
Honorable Chair, I think you have clarified what Honorable Shirley Raymond wanted to know, if indeed there's somebody sitting in the executive in this committee. And the answer is yes, it will be yourself, Honorable Shirley Raymond, who is the chairperson of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus. You'll be the incoming member in the executive committee for as long as you are the chairperson of the RWPC. And the rest has been ably articulated by the chairperson. On the issue of reporting, which is what was not advised, the question was asked, how do you report to summit? This committee only reports directly to the plenary assembly, as per Rule 20 of the SADC PF Rules of Procedure, and that is where it ends.
So, SG, maybe to just follow up on Honorable Raymond. So then we report to the Parliamentary Assembly, and then is it the executive, or there is a report then from the Parliamentary that then goes to the summit as we become what we are becoming as a regional, or are we mixing things? I don't know if I'm adding for the clarification, Honorable Raymond, and also to ask SG if we can have the overview, the PowerPoints at a later time. I think it will help us, and any other documents that relates to the terms of reference or our roles as members, even away from this conversation. I see the members are nodding to that. So maybe just a follow-up on that, or were you clarified? Were you clear? Or you are clear. So then it is my own question, Secretary General. Is there a hand also? Then there is no hand. In terms of, so we end at submitting to the plenary. How do they then, our reports find themselves to the summit? Is that the job of the executive, or is that the job of what is actually then compiled from the plenary assembly that is then somehow going to be taken to the heads of states who meet at the summit? Just a follow-up.
Thank you so much, Chair, for these questions. They're very pertinent. You report to the plenary assembly. Currently, our resolutions that are compiled from the plenary assembly are shared with member parliaments. When the protocol has been drafted and concluded, it is only then that we know if the reporting mechanisms that were requested for in the policy document that requested for the establishment of the SADC PF will be acceded to. If they are, the task team will then help us show the pathways of any reporting, if at all. Currently, there are two schools of thought. There are those who feel, why should we report? Because in other jurisdictions, parliaments do not report to the executive. And therefore, it is something that the protocol would clarify. And at this point, we don't send any documents to the SADC Council, Secretariat, or heads of states. We send our resolutions to parliaments. Parliaments then continue to do what they do. If one wants to say the issue of domestication, Parliament then looks at laws that they have passed. They look at what the country is doing. That's the reports that come to the plenary assembly. I would ask Mr. Manzi and them to elaborate on that if I've missed the point, but safe to say we do not report to any structure of the executive currently.
No, Madam SG, I think there's no addition. I think you have adequately covered what was supposed to be done, to be explained.
SG, on that note, we proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll then, where's my thing not moving? Okay, so here, it's just reiterating what I said earlier. And it's just really saying the functions of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee entirely are monitoring and evaluation of progress made by SADC member states in domestic SADC model laws and implementing related laws and policies. So for instance, we've done a quick snap survey in the past where we ask member parliaments, give us progress in your implementation of the SADC model law on child marriage, for instance. Some give us reports around having implemented a law around birth registrations. Some give us that they've actually integrated the age of marriage into their laws to be 18. Some bring up, and sometimes the source of information becomes a report that the executive sends to their reporting, like the UN, the AU, or many others. So when we say monitor, we say you keep abreast of what has been done through your efforts, and therefore then report back to the SADC Parliamentary Forum. And why are we mentioning model laws? Because the model laws that we have, as I said earlier on, and I keep saying, honorable members, they come into play because our model laws are the normative frameworks which are contextualized to the region and are put together or amalgamate the provisions and best practices from other treaties and conventions and protocols. So if you look at the model law, you'll find that it is within this context. So your committee reflects on the needs for the model law to be domesticated. So you catalyze the parallel domestication of protocols and related instruments by member parliaments. Let me stop here because this was a point of clarity earlier on, but everything else is there in terms of how you do it, who do you engage with. It's very clear. You facilitate awareness on the specific issues of the model laws. For instance, whether it is about elections, whether it is about public financial management, you engage with appropriate authorities, grassroots and community-based organization, private sector, in order for you to establish the veracity of the benchmark that your country is at and what is being looked at. And we are saying to be organized, maybe if you have somebody who's going to be looking into the progress at national level, you will be accurate in reporting. I've seen a lot of times member parliaments don't even report on what they have done. When I go to the UN is reporting on behalf of member countries. It's about alertness, it's about the capacity to be able to do so. And therefore, that is why we're suggesting that because the executive has a mechanism in place, and Toko can speak to that, and Madam Claire and Mr. Manzi, for us, with the little resources that we have, can we have somebody, whether it's a SADC PF desk officer or a parliament can be generous enough to put together a team where every time there's progress which they report elsewhere, they can share. And let's admit that member parliaments are all often out of sync because you are not in these rooms when reports are done. When you are not beneficiaries as the first port of call when changes are being made. And therefore, we're trying to put you in the know so that laws are not just passed through parliament. After you pass the laws, you at least know how they catalyze processes of the change that you want to see. Let me stop here for more feedback, honorable members.
Any intervention, honorable members? Okay. Are you debating, ma'am? While ma'am, Honorable Raymond is debating to come on or not, let me add to say what Secretary General has said is so important, especially that for me, I'm now sitting, I started off as a member of parliament, backbencher, then I became a government deputy chief whip, and then I became a provincial minister, which again is not really part of what the executive do. And then now I am in the executive. And of all the committee of all the ministries is the judicial, the justice ministry. How I wish that somehow there was a direct link for members to be part of these conversations. And if I was to continue, one of the advantages I see is having this very advantage where you do hear what is being said or the SADC model laws that are being made. And then because ministers in Zambia, again, which is different from other constituencies, other states, they are also members of parliament. In other countries, ministers are not members of parliament. And then you're part of the executive. In a good way from where I'm sitting from, that should make these model of laws become easily implemented, right? Because you kind of understand all the angles. But this is a way for us to get there by ensuring that maybe there is a focal point, because many of the times when I was a backbencher would complain that the executive went to New York or wherever, signed the international treaty, which we have no idea about. Or even how do we then hold them accountable to ensure that they domesticate those international treaties they signed up. Even for us as members to even know, to Honorable Sherry's question in the beginning, how do we ensure that members of parliament who are not part of SADC Parliamentary Forum are also oriented or brought to speed on things we are doing? So it is that conversation that has to continue. And I appreciate that the executive may be coming up with how do we find focal points, focal persons who can be that link. Otherwise, a lot of things are lost in the middle of these processes. I think that will add to what we do. But I also want to bring to the attention of this committee, without going all over the place, when I sat as a deputy chief whip in my country, I realized that a lot of these organizations or institutions are doing almost similar. Maybe they don't do model laws, but there is a way that some of the information is gone to the Pan-African, what is it called? Pan-African Parliament. There are some of the conversations we're fueling into the African Caribbean. different but almost similar. So I think we should also take advantage of that. And I've always appreciated, especially in the plenary or the executive, where someone brings a report from, for example, IPU. Sometimes they are kind of going in the same stages. I think this will be a good way to look at things. But again, resources, not only financially and human resource, member states or nation or parliaments should really support this and come up with ways and means how these focal points will be supported beyond just SADC PF Secretariat, which is already overwhelmed. Honorable Member, did you have anything to add? Honorable Raymond, or you are passing the mic?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I was just thinking inwardly, and then I feel like sharing how much this SADC forum have done a lot, even on introducing those scorecards. If I remember, the public finance management, well, a scorecard was, pilot schemes were introduced to Zimbabwe, to South Africa, if I may recall, to Mozambique, and even Angola, to see how well can that be implemented. And then different people were given all those cards, and it was attended to get the feedback. But then after that, it was brought here in SADC, and it was shared. I am thinking loud because after all that then, and after seeing the results from those who were done like a pilot, we didn't carry on to other countries. Of course, that helped a lot to see what is happening here and there, and where the feedback was good. But then we had a gap. We couldn't link with the rest, you see. After sharing here, there was no continuation. And now we are talking of the other model laws. And whatever is happening in one country within the region, it is also happening in the other. And here we are talking as a region. Once we meet in SADC, we are a region of SADC. So maybe I'm not looking for clarification, but I'm just requesting a way forward after all this. I think we should do more. That is one. But still, after thinking that, it also come on the linkage of the forum with the summit. And we've attended a number of the plenary meetings. Such things do not come up. They come up with what they have at the top. So that's why I get lost somewhere. Maybe this session will help me to link after all this good job of those model laws. How are we going forward? I'll keep on repeating, asking this question until at the end of this session, I am done and I know better how to explain to the rest. Thank you. Take me slowly.
Okay. SG, I'm sure you can either add on or clarify more. Otherwise, we keep moving. I will be breaking for lunch at 13:15. Just that we're mindful of that. SG?
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I believe that also as part of us building on this foundation today, we'll put a lot of time in that. And based on what you have said, and this is also, it's my efforts of trying to bring clarity and bring each other along in this process. Based on what you said earlier about the advantage that you have and what you see, what is missing. It is precisely why the SADC PF came up with this Regional Parliamentary Oversight Model Law Committee, for the reasons that you have noted. And what Honorable Shirley Raymond is saying now is simply, let me just speak to the issue of harmonization. Why do we have model laws? Why are we not reporting elsewhere? Right now, we have no mandate to report to summit or council. They have to allow us to report to them, like I said earlier. But currently, we ourselves don't want to be a talk shop. We want to see that when we stand up in plenary and say that gender must be addressed. And why are we talking about gender, for instance? I want to share with you an example, and I hope that I'll have the wisdom to be able to share this example properly with you. When you look at harmonization of international law in relation to the model laws that we develop, you'll realize that international law today takes a lot of facets. For instance, when you look at the issue of gender, there are different instruments which exist at the international level and at the regional level. For instance, when you look at the UN Declaration, the international conventions on civil and political rights, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, when you look at many other, CEDAW, when you look at Maputo Protocol, SADC Protocol on Gender and Development, I'm just citing few. You find that all these mention the same issue that we deal with. So at the SADC PF, we said, we know parliaments are under-resourced. We know that information is power. But what do we want to do? We are invested in the capacity development of members of parliament. So in our model laws, if we put these things together around a theme, the members of parliament are going to be able to compete with international interest and regional interest and national interest without duplicating on report, like without saying you are now going to be reporting to a treaty-based body like member states do. But you only stick to issues that are appropriate for us to integrate as a region. How do we integrate? A child should be anybody under the age of 18. How do we integrate? It could be around medicines and other things. So our model laws are this normative framework we contextualize and brings together the practice or best practice that we want to see across our regions. Do we have to report? We only report when Parliament has passed that law. Do you want to report? We report when we've in Parliament raised issues to say, no, those exceptions must be removed. And that is the role of the influence of the SADC PF in making sure that these model laws are seen. And what do? You've targeted and dealt with the interests of all these conventions that I'm talking about. But we've put them together for you in one document. That's why our model laws restate the same conventions and same protocols, among others. So I just wanted to deal with the issue of just pulling it together. So now when you look at the terms of reference, I've talked about the monitoring and evaluating progress made by member states in domesticating SADC model laws and implementing related laws and policies. I've talked about the issue of gender, I've talked about the issue of child marriage. But you may find that in your country, when Toko is sitting next to the chair, when you report on, for instance, on the International Covenant on Economic and Social Cultural Rights, there's a body that you report to. You have these periodics that you report to. And it may be reported in a different fashion. But for us, we report in terms of this model law, that model law, this model law. Based on what? Based on what is happening in your country. You don't come up with a parallel process. It may be that it's based on the efforts. And I'll give you an example. Under the SRHR project, where we've tried to frame these properly, where these model laws originated and this thinking came from, we were able to monitor the motions and the questions that members were asking. We're able to look at the public hearings that members did. We're able to see the change that happened as a result. And therefore, why can't we highlight the role of Parliament in participating in these particular platforms? And what ultimately happens, you then rely on internal structures at member state level to see how far these issues go. And I'm not yet talking about the challenges because I'll speak to them later in terms of why certain things don't go according to what we want. The other terms of reference is advising the SADC-PF on the progress member states are making in fulfilling the objectives of the various model laws. So there are various efforts. Some countries currently are training their members to know these model laws. We have also come up with a compendium of all the model laws. We have come up with guides for members to know what type of model laws to use. We have come up with scorecards for our members to be able to tick and say, here, we're moving this way. We engage with civil society organizations for them to help us monitor what is happening at national level. And they are not interfering, they are assisting their countries progress in those areas. Honorable Princess Kasuno, you were at the early meeting on domestication of the model law on child marriage. You have seen what was happening, where results were shown in terms of where countries are at, where results were shown where countries that are not moving, who still have exceptions are, which requires the voice of members of parliament and civil society. So ultimately, you are supporting member states to measure interventions for addressing the various issues the model laws aim to address. For us, whether you are looking at that convention, that protocol, that treaty, like I said, it's really multifaceted. We don't mind, but we're saying you've set this body at the regional level. You have adopted these model laws from HIV and AIDS to eradicating child marriage, to gender-based violence, to public financial management, to elections. You have frameworks around dealing with issues of human rights, key populations, among others. And you are just monitoring, because at the end of the day, these are people that you represent, where you want their lives to change. You then facilitate awareness on specific issues in model laws by engaging the appropriate authorities. Looking at the public financial model law, which is recent, I think we had over 35 consultations with auditor generals, with public accounts committees, with experts in that area. There's no interference. What happened is that the body of knowledge, the community of practice is widened. Members of parliament don't have a school to go to, but through these model laws, they become aware of what is happening on the themes that we choose. And for us, the awareness is shared. It's knowledge. It's also ensuring that you engage with citizens, which is a key element of representation. Ultimately, underscoring the importance of addressing various development and governance-related issues during the consideration of member states' reports on related subject matters. We know very well there was a time where at the SADC-PF level, there was recognition that there are member states which are going outside what we set ourselves for as a benchmark. There were countries who felt, no, after a child menstruates, it's fine, the child can get married. There are instances where we said, no, we don't recognize this, we don't do this. There are so many examples where even 50-50 gender representation was not a given in most of our countries. But through raising awareness, through reporting all the time, through making sure our constitution is very clear that even representation at the SADC level should consider gender representation. These are the things that were looked into. So now, what do you report as a committee? The number of related domestication processes that your countries are doing. And how do we know about it? You make sure in your committee as a chairperson, you can set and say, for this next period, or for this year, can we just monitor the GBV model law? We choose this indicator, that indicator, and report to this committee on Regional Model Law Oversight Committee. So when the chairperson comes, they come with the report. The committee secretary consolidates the progress without talking about they're not doing this, they're doing this, and just says, this is the picture of the progress that we see in our countries. We applaud, we then say, this is what needs to be done. Let me stop here for the benefit of interaction in this regard so that we proceed in that fashion.
Honorable members, any interventions? Thank you, SG. Yes, Director of Programs, Mr. Manzi.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. Honorable Chair, during your intervention, you raised a very critical question. I think that perhaps we need just to comment. Your observation and question was that as members of SADC parliamentary forums or representative of national parliaments, that you represent your parliaments to the forum, you have all this information that you are getting. For example, like today's orientation and many more other information that you are getting from the forum. So your question was, how do we make sure that the information that we get also trickles down to all other members of parliament who are not represented in the forum? I think I see as that question to be a very critical question, and perhaps there is need that we need to brainstorm and perhaps see what is happening and perhaps what should happen. Indeed, I think the spirit behind the representation from the national parliament into the forum is that you are doing that job on behalf of the rest of the members of parliament from their respective the national parliament. And the idea is that once you go back, I think that information should also be known to the rest of the members of parliament that are not members of the SADC parliamentary forum. So there are two ways in which the SADC parliamentary forum looks at that in terms of how we could perhaps, or the initiatives that we could make to make sure that the information goes to all other members of parliament who are not representatives in the forum. One, the capacity building initiatives that are supposed to be mooted from the SADC parliamentary forum involving the national parliament. Again, it's the issue of the resources that we had mentioned earlier. That is not possible for the forum to do that. The other avenue that the forum does is to work with the clerks of parliament and the desk officers of the national parliament for SADC parliamentary forum to take advantage of the locally capacity building initiatives within each national parliament, so that when the national parliaments are organizing any capacity building arrangements for their parliamentarians, SADC-PF officials, if there's a way, should also be invited to make sure that I think some of the information, the key information that is required to go to the members of parliament at national level has to be done that. But again, what we have noted is that there is less response from the clerks for national parliaments for that kind of arrangement. There are very few national parliament there where we have seen in a few circumstances where SADC-PS officials have been invited and have been involved to make sure that the issues of the forum also going to the members at national level. For example, I remember in Malawi, when Malawi organized the orientation for the new members of parliament after the general election in 2014, part of the program was that SADC-PF was included. So that is one way to make sure that the issues of the forum also trickle down at national level, parliament level, other than just the representative of SADC parliamentary forum. The second avenue and the spirit that SADC-PF would want it to happen is that as representative of the national parliament as SADC-PF, the expectation is that once the members of parliament have attended meetings, both the committee, plenary, and any other kind of meetings that the forum has organized, and members of parliament who are representatives of the national parliament as SADC-PF have attended. When they go back into their national parliaments, they need to issue or raise reports or report back to the national parliaments in plenary, or even moving motions on some of the cases that perhaps they require national intervention on the issues that have been raised. But again, we have also received information that not all parliaments, they do that. You find that the desk officers that they do accompany the members of parliament to SADC-PF, and even the clerks that are also part of the delegation that attend these meetings, when they go back, nothing happens. As a result, you find that members of parliament for the national parliament, they keep on wondering what is going on at SADC-PF. Even the issue of the transformation, which the SSG explained earlier on. I have been into so many international meetings where I've represented the SADC-PF. The participants in the meetings, they keep on asking these things. Even members of parliament from some national parliaments, they keep on asking. You are talking about transformation. What is this animal? The transformation of the forum to. So you could actually see that there is a serious gap that is there between the representatives of a national parliament at SADC Parliamentary Forum and the general membership of members of parliament at national level. Because of that, it is joint. So as I did mention that this is indeed a fundamental kind of observation that you have made, Honorable Chair, and perhaps we need to think over it more and more than what I've just said. But these are some of the initiatives that the SADC Parliamentary Forum, I think, works on to make sure that the information that you are getting as members of parliament, that you represent your national parliament, also has to trickle down to the rest of the members of parliament. I just wanted to say on that issue, and perhaps I'm sure the SG and the rest of my colleagues can also supplement on what I've said. I thank you.
Interventions, I'll start with Malawi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Mine is a question. I just want to find out, as a forum, do we have direct enforcement mechanism to penalize member states who fail to domesticate the model rules? I'm asking this question because we may spend a lot of resources and time framing these model rules, which might not be domesticated by member states. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We hold on to that intervention from Malawi. And now we also take the intervention from Tanzania. And if there's another intervention, we'll take them into 3, and then the responses will be given for those that feel capable of responding, whether SG or Secretariat, or even my secretary here. Thank you. Tanzania, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And my thanks goes to Program Director, Joseph, and to our SG. Joseph have preempted me, but then what he said is what I was thinking, and I really take it wholly. Now to Madam SG, I thank her so much for using a very clear language, good words, and she spoke very slowly for us all to understand. And here I'm underlining and I'm bolding the following. Members of Parliament do not have a school to go to, but through the model laws, they learn a lot of what is happening in the region and in the world. This is very true. Madam SG, you said it all. And of course, members of Parliament in any country are not of the same level. Others come direct from school, their youth. Others have been working. Others have been there for long. And then when we come here in SADC, or when these model laws are made, they take us all through to know what is happening, and it is a very leveled school. I repeat again, after complimenting what she said, that there's a need for capacity building to all. And this has been said well by Director Joseph. But there is a problem, Madam SG, how to get the funds to train them. Previously, before Corona, we used to get funds from UN Women. After COVID, nothing. It's now about 3 years. And here I'm speaking of my country. All the training in the parliament have stopped. Nothing is going on to increase the number of women, to train them on such activities of, say, how to get the post or how to go ahead about the monitoring and evaluation, about the gender-based violence, and even the rest of all the model laws. Why do I want to share this with you? It is because we've reached a point where we've stopped. Had it not been through SADC, where we come and maybe learn a few things and then I take home, and maybe even the other countries will share with me, then we would have stopped. But I thank the SADC PF Forum through the Secretary General for keeping on trying to assist here and there to train us. But another thing I would like to share is the reporting method of those who come here in SADC, the 5 of us. Where do we report? We don't report in the House. We report to the Parliament Standing Committee of Foreign Affairs, Defense and Security Committee. Of course, this is known that through that Standing Committee is how it is the committee who reports in the House. As I'm speaking here, we have a female president, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, who would like all females in the country and all citizens of the country to be knowledgeable, to be people who can serve their public well, the citizens well. The number of women to increase in all the areas, in politics, maybe if members of parliament, but even in the office, in the executive area, even in judiciary. And she has done a lot. New appointments have been made and so forth. But she also wants the new generation, the youth, to take over. But this youth should be prepared. So I'm still arguing and requesting SADC Forum to keep on coming up with models, and those which are in place, that they should be taken to the grassroots. Grassroots to me here means to the parliaments. All those members of the country, all those members of the countries, members of parliament in different countries, to speak the same language. And that is the only way whereby we can work together and we can really feel that we are doing the best to our people and public at large. May I submit?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think just to add on, as also I want to remind all of us that we need really to be concise so that we move with time. The bottom line is resources. With that comes the innovation. I'll give you an example through the able leadership of Honorable Nelly Muti, who is our first female speaker in the Zambian parliament. What is now happening to the very concerns that all of us have added on is that we do now make reports in Zambia, for example. And that report is now brought on the House of the floor. on the floor of the House. So those are just some of the innovative ways that I think we can speak to our speakers who are actually part of the executive committee, which Madam Raymond, now you'll be part of by virtue of your position as a chairperson for RWPC. So I think I'm sure different countries are doing it differently, and there are those who are not doing anything. And I think in Zambia now it is forcing members also to debate in the House. I'll also give you another example. When we were doing this very process of how to ensure that we sign up to become a regional parliament, it went to a committee, and that committee wanted witnesses. And one of the things I insisted to that committee is, can we have the SG speak to that meeting? And to the point also where I said, we have Madam Msonda, who lives in Zambia. Why can't she come? Or why can't she be part of that whole process? And I think you did do that, Madam Msonda. So I think we need to think outside money and find these already captured audiences, captured opportunities that we have if we are going to proceed. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us as members who are in SADC to actually have to do that. I think I will end there, and this is not just a problem for SADC Parliamentary Forum. It is a problem almost for all these organizations that members belong to, IPU, CPA. You find that, where is the report? And for those who are new in 2016, we raised that question. But these are our progressive ways and the innovative ways that we should all try to be part of. So again, as already alluded to, maybe let's allow you, SG, to finish your presentation. I know you have been gracious with us where you pause, but we also don't want you to lose track of what needs to be covered in this session. I will therefore propose, honorable members, that we go into the entire presentation. As we can see that it talks of many things which we already read, our roles, our own deliberation recommendation, modalities of the committee that we need to leverage in the year of 2024-2026, understanding our role as committee, which we are doing, and so on and so forth. So maybe with that, members, allow me to ask SG to finish her entire presentation while we take note of the interventions. And also, I think if need be, we will add some minutes because we came for business, and this will set us on how we act way forward. So if it means that we adjourn later today, I think an orientation sets a stage on whether you succeed or you don't, depending how you are oriented. So on that note, do I get an approval that we move in that direction? Okay, so SG, we are all yours. If you need if we need extra time, because we only have 25 minutes left, we will ask that we add on for the members to intervene and have lunch and then add on the other few minutes as well. Otherwise, all interventions appreciated. SG.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for that summary. I'm hoping that the committee secretaries are capturing, because as I go along, I've been proposing modalities. So I will not have to come back and propose modalities all over again as a separate presentation. So the terms of reference, as I go through each one of them, I propose a solution. And I hope that those are the modalities that have been captured. I've talked about the reporting, the indicators, and many others, which I leave to the committee secretaries to then innovate and put into a table, or even as they write the report, to make sure that it's so. The terms of reference, you need to pay attention to disadvantaged groups and or marginalized communities in line with the provisions of the SADC model law. I've talked about the model laws. Each country has also defined who the marginalized communities are, so it cuts across. We need to ensure that member states set out mechanisms or processes for the engagement of the public, mainly during committee sittings, in a holistic, multi-sectoral manner, with a balance between preventive and protective measures as specified in the model law. Under the SRHR project, the various countries that are involved have been doing public hearings. There is funding for this. Under the model law, under the SRHR project, countries have also been able to engage with the marginalized communities and other provisions. We've also done so with electoral commissions regarding the model law on elections. We've done so with non-state actors, and this is what we are buttressing. We can only underline the fact that countries using the already existing mechanisms of public hearings, committees, let's look for resources as we look at our model laws to expand and make sure the citizens of our countries are aware. It helps members become aware of their own epidemiological information. Do you have children who are going through this? Do you have this particular problem? Without speaking so general. So when you report, there are countries who come back and say the benchmark for the model is far too low. For us, we've gone ahead. We're not looking at this benchmark. And this for us is very good to hear because it means members are aspiring to do better. We want to encourage authorities of member states and other relevant actors to build on evidence information and data system on the various issues, including domestication of good practices and production of disaggregated data on the various interventions. There are reporting mechanisms in countries. Even in Parliament, you are aware that sometimes you get a report that we do not have X. Sometimes it doesn't really tell you whether it is boys or girls. It doesn't tell you the age. There's a lot of information that is missing. How then do you become effective as a member of Parliament? Issues of data systems, you find that most of the information is only locked up in relevant ministries, and members of Parliament do not have access to. So what are we doing as a SADC Parliamentary Forum? As part of these model laws, the scorecards are going to assist us to get the data. The scorecards will also give us the evidence that is required for you to know that you are acting in good faith based on evidence and not what you think or what is based on political party interest or any interest from the left or to the right. So we are also developing a monitoring and evaluation framework with the support of civil society organizations, where we want this database to be accessed by any member of Parliament, not just those who go to the SADC PF. If you want to track to know what is happening on some of the variables in the model laws that we have, you'll be able to click and see that indeed this country has done well in this provision, or this country doesn't actually have this problem that you are probably looking at. You'll be able to look at the disaggregated data and the various interventions that the countries do. If you look at our model laws, we propose these. It is not something that we're imagining. There are interventions that are proposed for a fund, there are interventions proposed for what the minister should do, there are interventions that are proposed. So we are going to look at these and see so that you can also learn from each other in terms of what is happening. We ultimately, through the terms of reference, want to encourage national parliaments and appropriate authorities to establish a desk or focal person or subcommittees to coordinate actions on the various model laws. So now, this is a recommendation that can go to the plenary assembly. When I started, I said it's a fairly new committee. It has struggled to be assimilated. It has struggled to be understood. It has struggled to be likened to what happens in member parliaments. But the SADC Parliamentary Forum has very clear objectives in terms of why we want member parliaments to not be left out, why we want member parliaments to understand and not be surprised only at the point of seeing that a protocol has passed and that a law has changed in that country. So this committee secretary is going to be able to take over and formulate in this report that's going to the plenary assembly an ask and a suggestion. And how beautiful would it be that you, chairperson, start off by going to influence your countries at the next plenary to be announcing that you've appointed a subcommittee, you've led, you've appointed a desk person, a focal person in your parliament to facilitate your work, and then request other parliaments that have not done so to do so. This is a suggestion that I'm putting forward. So in these terms of reference, Honorable Chair, there's nothing that contravenes the role of parliaments. There's actually nothing that we should be worried about. We are trying to facilitate coordination with other standing committees and the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus on addressing issues relating to the implementation of laws and policies in accordance with the objectives of the model laws. And we want to formulate, develop, and make recommendations to the Executive Committee on Oversight and Accountability Mechanisms in relation to the implementation of the model laws. Chair, I thank you. This is what it is. I would like to now address the issues that you've all dealt with somewhat in terms of looking at some of the issues under this model law. I'm not going to stop because I've been given that directive, but I want to look at challenges. Earlier on, I said, I will look at challenges that I think are quite important for you to appreciate the commitment that you're entering into. First of all, often some of you are at the SADC peer for 5 years. Some of you are lucky to win elections and come back. I think the chair earlier on spoke about the issue of the high turnover, which is very true. This is something that can be classified around change of government. We know that a lot of times we believe that the state has perpetual succession. And I want you to hear me in terms of why we find that whether it is at the SADC summit level, council or SADC PF, which trickles down that impact, why we don't seem to be making progress. The honorable member from Malawi, say, don't forgive me, I won't say your name, asked a question. Are we just doing this exercise into futility? Or can we have punitive measures or penalties? Even at the SADC level, they only urge each other and encourage. That is why you find that we still have protocols and treaties that have not been, with member states have not domesticated. For us at the SADC PF, we come up with these benchmarks as a yardstick to guide and capacitate you as a member to be able to know how you propose recommendations for change, how you argue a particular matter, because you have evidence in one document, why you see why there's need for this matter to be dealt with in this particular fashion. So we also recognize that the reason why domestication at all these levels suffers, it is because states don't have perpetual succession on intention to ratify treaties. And by extension, the model laws take on top of that. In other words, if one government has signed a treaty, then following a change of government, the next one may not agree with the treaty and not ratify its provisions, or they may express major reservations. Of course, if the same government signs and ratifies the treaty, then it may be taken as being too late for a change of position. But this rarely happens given the duration for treaty preparation and ratification. At the level of this committee, we try to ensure that there is consistency in international commitments, notwithstanding changes of government. So we forget about the fact that these things happen, but we want you to commit to the population. We want you to commit to eradicating child marriages. We want you to commit to making sure gender-based violence does not permeate our societies. We want you to make sure that we have free and fair elections, credible elections at all costs, regardless of whether government changes or not. However, we also realize that the leftist or rightist movements sometimes undo previous instruments because of state protectionism. You know very well that the issue of climate change, for instance, some rightist movements which believe in the state of protectionism and a closing of borders tend to nullify treaties duly made once they arrive on power. I'm just using climate change as a mild example. State protectionism, in fact, goes against international law, which depends on all countries thinking of one another as equals. Therefore, there's need for domestication to be as robust as possible, such that domestication of a treaty has equal value or significance as a change to the constitution of a member state. The latter would thus be difficult to change. This is also why the SADC Parliamentary Forum adopts a human rights approach to domestication, as human rights form part of the constitution of most of our member states. The third issue is conflicting national laws. Another common reason for not domesticating treaties or model laws is conflicting national laws. which are grounded sometimes in religious or traditional beliefs. A classic example is one law allocating funds for villages to celebrate the emancipation of women, when the same celebration depends on the completion of religious or traditional rites, such as female genital mutilation or betrothals, which are abhorrent practices under international law. The domestication proposed by the SADC Parliamentary Forum attempts to be as inclusive as possible, with a constant dialogue with traditional and faith leaders to ease them into the picture of ongoing reforms. You'll recall when we adopted the model law on child marriages, you are aware that only 7 countries have been successful in some areas. And a lot of them still have exceptions because of traditional norms. A lot of them are still negotiating around this area. A lot of them have judgments that have been issued by courts, but that is not all that matters in terms of domestication, because some countries have a dualist system, and therefore conflict is inherent and therefore requires parliament and government to negotiate. The other issue that you spoke of is lack of resources. Most countries do not conduct feasibility studies when ratifying treaties or entering into multilateral instruments. It's only later on that they find out that the treaty contains onerous obligations, such as establishment of separate institutions and recruitment of new personnel. The policy of the SADC Parliamentary Forum is that member countries must conduct feasibility testing of the treaty obligations prior to signature to determine exactly which resources will be involved. Remember, we don't set these onerous tasks. We restate the treaties that you've already acceded to. And we assume that by signing in good faith, you were ready to move on. But we realize that these are the challenges for domestication. That is why I'm stating them. And that is why we can only urge, we can only encourage, but we should not get into a perpetual system of doing studies to find out that which we know. And we spoke at the SADC PF, we've owned up, honorable members, capacity is one of the issues, resources are one of the issues. The other one is backward government agendas, which has not clarified policy. Some countries are still lagging behind on topics such as global business, digital currency, artificial intelligence, even climate change or action. For instance, if a multilateral instrument is drawn up, they may not be yet ready to subscribe to it. Or even if they do, then the treaty will not be domesticated until they have addressed domestic policy accordingly. Here, let's relate to the public financial model law. At the time of including the issue of cryptocurrency, some countries were saying, but why are you even worried about it? Because we don't even have laws. But we often say our model laws are futuristic. It is the gold standard. And they take into account what is happening and propels parliaments to know what is happening so that they can be able to act. Honorable members, the list grows longer than this, but this is the gist of the obstacles currently faced by this committee and the forum. We're therefore looking into robust domestication strategies, which can clarify domestic policy. This, I believe, is the point of departure for this committee. This committee has a major role to play in unifying the SADC region through harmonious laws and regulation. If this can be achieved, honorable members, then regional integration agenda of SADC will effectively be accelerated and the forum would have succeeded. I thank you, Chair, for allowing me to be so long as to explain and advocate for this committee's mandate because I believe in it. There is foresight in members of parliament taking this burden forward. And this committee, with my leadership, will be emboldened and supported to do its best. I wish you all the best, Honorable Chair, and this August committee, that you must have a renewed outlook for this committee and see it in positive light and be able to allow us to help you mold this committee for you to report and understand the reasons why you are reporting and collecting data to encourage, not to name and shame, but to encourage the plenary assembly to look at avenues of reporting. I've talked about model laws, but there are other issues that we spoke of, we took into confidence. Resources of the organizations, capacity of the organization. we must be able to monitor how the executive committee is doing in its reporting of some of these things, because they interlink to the issues that I spoke to on what governments ought to do and would be doing better. I thank you, Chair. Let me stop here to respect the time that has been allocated. And I thank you, honorable members.
Thank you, SG. Any interventions, honorable members? Honorable Raymond, who else wants to make interventions from my colleagues? Okay, we start with you while some of us gather our thoughts. We'll come and make interventions. Honorable member.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. I'm just thanking SG for being very elaborate and very clear. I think this is the best session I've ever attended in this SADC PF forum. I mean, in this SADC PF. I say so because we are few and we are all very attentive. It's unfortunate that we've not heard anything from those who are who are doing it visually. But for those who are seated here, I think we've gained a lot. And although I'm not going to say everything, I mean to talk everything, but I highly appreciate, and I'm still pondering on it and to see how much I can go, or I'll carry it through on board back home and even within my committee here. Thank you.
Any other interventions? Okay, having no interventions, I just want to say also thank you, SG, and really any notes relating to what we have discussed. I think, honorable members, we do agree that we'd want those notes, any PowerPoints, because it's just so informative, as Honorable Sherry Raymond has alluded to. Let me look to Secretariat. Any interventions from you, Secretariat? Any additions? None? My Secretary? None. Okay. On that note, on behalf of the SADC Parliamentary Forum in general and the Regional Parliamentary Model of Learning, I used to work for models of learning with World Vision, so it's stuck in my head for many years. Model Laws Oversight Committee in particular, I wish to press on record our gratitude for the insight presentation that we have received from our esteemed and Honorable SG, who have literally articulated all the issues which were brought to us, and indeed it clearly shows from the members on interaction and also on nodding. The presentations have definitely enriched and placed us as parliamentarians, in particular as chairpersons, in a better place to carry our mandate as chairpersons of our respective committees to monitor the domestication of the provisions of the SADC model laws and have equipped us to perform our oversight role in monitoring and reporting on the domestication model laws and implementation related laws that seek to address the political, economical, and social issues that reflect our region. Since we have already engaged, I will say, though, that really the issues that were raised as we were deliberating are so critical. The issues of turnover, the issue of financing, the issue of how do we take these issues back home, the issues of being innovative and creative, the issues of supporting and helping in terms of oversight remains very critical for us. And I think SG and Secretariat do not tire. You know, in Zambia we say mwamina nguni, tanaka mwamina bantwala naka, meaning the one that speaks to people cannot get tired. Information is only absorbed when it's repeated over and over. but the one that speaks to the birds. You know, if you have ever grown sorghum, there is a way you become a scary crow by making the noise. Yeba, yeba, yeba. I used to do that a lot. You get tired. But as a parent, as members of parliament, as those who have been given the opportunity to represent our countries, we have to learn more, and hopefully we can go back home and actually utilize the information we have gotten and make sure that other members are aware within our committees, within our many sessions that we may have, orientation for the newcomers, so that the information does not go with us. On that note, is there, sorry, because we need to break for lunch. Oh, when we come back. All right. So she's
you, Chair.
reminding me, yes, SG, do you want to
No,
make
no,
an
I was
intervention?
just wanted to appreciate the indulgence that this committee has extended to the Secretariat. And your words right now are quite encouraging. And indeed, we are committed to making sure that parliaments are not invisible in the policy arena, and that at the end of the day, there's ownership of the realm of policy misalignment shared with the executive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we are 3 minutes ahead of our time, but we will break now and be back after an hour. And if this is closer to, so we'll come back at 14:15, 14:15, yeah, and proceed to the other session that will be coming. And that will be brought to us by Ms. Claire Musonda, the Director of Corporate Governance. So we'll be looking forward to your presentation, Madam, and indeed to all the members of Secretariat. We do appreciate you. For now, we do adjourn to take a break for lunch, and we'll be back at 14:15 hours. I thank you very much. We'll be back. Okay, I'm being told that let's also use this opportunity to have a group photo, and then we'll be back at 14:15. Thank you very much. Let's just walk in a group because they are directing us where we will take the photo. And for those online, SG, thank you very much. Hopefully you'll be able to come back again, but we know you're also busy multitasking. And all those online, we appreciate your presence as well as Secretariat. And please lead us to where we'll be taking the official photo. Thank you. Second.
It's already 15.
It is 15.
15 minutes past.
Okay, that's on time. Okay, honorable members, I call the meeting to order. As we alluded to, that will be starting at 14:15, and it's exactly that time. And with that, we will be jumping into the next presentation, which will be brought to us by Madam Claire Musonda, and she'll be covering issues on brief discussion on the static model laws, domestication of the static model laws, and implementation of related instrument, and of course the deliberations that will follow. So, honorable members, I invite you all to speak to this so that we are all on the same page, and indeed see how we can all contribute. And I think one of the things I'm seeing here is that these model laws will seek to address the political, economic, and social issues in our region. So again, let's remember the issue of the region. I believe that we have a quorum. Do we have a quorum? We do have a quorum. Yeah. Okay. With that, Madam Claire Musonda, let's proceed. And this session will run up to 15 hours. But like we said, this is a first day. We are all new. If we go out of time, I'd rather we get information than to rush to go to our rooms where we are doing nothing on this cold day. Are we agreed to that, honorable members? Yeah, we really need more information because this will set us apart, how effective we become. So we are really all yours as secretariat, and indeed we are serious workers, so we are committed to however long we can take. But within that time frame for now, I want to say Honorable Musonda, but Director of Corporate Governance, Ms. Claire Musonda.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members, and good afternoon, colleagues. My presentation will be fairly simple and I'll try to keep it quite quick so that there's enough time for members to interact a bit more, but also because I think a lot has been said. A lot has already been said, and a number of things that I'm going to be saying might even sound a bit repetitive because I think the SG's presentation and the interactions thereon were quite comprehensive. So I'm sharing my screen now. So I'm sharing my screen and I'm going to just give an overview of the model laws that the forum has promulgated. And to begin with, I will speak just a little bit about what is a model law, because sometimes we may assume that members understand, like Honorable Shali said earlier, but maybe it's better to begin with the basics so that everyone is on the same page. So as a forum, the forum has promulgated a number of model laws over a period of time. I think the first one, and I'll refer to that later, was around 2008. So a model law is simply, maybe as the name suggests, an example of a law. So maybe we need to get to understand why like a model law. Remember, and we'll get back to this, we'll keep going back and forth. Remember that the forum doesn't have lawmaking powers. And as at now, even the upcoming SADC Parliament will not have lawmaking powers. So the resolutions of the forum and the SADC Parliament are not binding on the executive or the member states, so to speak. And that speaks a little bit to one question that was raised earlier regarding what punitive measures can be applied against maybe a member state that is not implementing or domesticating a model law. The issue is that the resolutions and model laws that are promulgated by the SADC Parliament or the SADC Parliamentary Forum are not actually binding. So if they are not binding, it follows, therefore, that there isn't much of a punishment that can be meted out against a person who is perceived to have not to have implemented what is resolved on. So it's just, it's an example. I think I would say it's the next best thing to a law, the model law, because it's an example of what a law should be. So it encapsulates the ideals, you know. So for example, in the area of child marriage, there are certain things that we aspire for. And I think one of the obvious things is what should be the age of marriage in our region. And this is relating, the model law will relate to a matter of regional interest. So if we're interested, I think there were studies, normally the model laws are actually underlain by very detailed studies, comprehensive studies of the situation, like a needs and a situation analysis is undertaken before a model law is embarked upon. So, for example, for the model law on child marriage, there was research that showed that the SADC region actually had among the highest rates of child marriage worldwide. So the problem was crystallized. And then there was an agreement that, no, we can't have this situation. We need to do something about it. And this is how the parliamentarians, of course, at the level of heads of state, other measures were taken, policy was agreed upon. But as legislators, what can we do to try and address the issue of child marriage? And this is when the idea of development of a model law was mooted and agreed upon. So a model law is drafted centrally for dissemination. You'll find that the model law will be an agreed upon standard, like I said. So it's drafted at the forum for the member states, and then it's disseminated to the member states. And it's suggested for enactment in the independent legislatures. Remember, the SADC Parliamentary Forum has no lawmaking authority, but the national parliaments who are members of SADC PF are the ones that have lawmaking authority in their respective jurisdictions. So once a model law is drafted, it is then disseminated to the member parliaments and member states. Of course, member states, subject to what SG said, that we don't necessarily send our model laws directly to summit, but normally we go through our member parliaments. So this is disseminated, and it contains what we have agreed on, what is ideal, what do we want for our region? Do we really want children to be getting married at 8, at 12? And it was agreed, no, we don't. We would like nobody to be married before 18, for example. So that is put in the law, and it's drafted as a law, the way you would draft the law, you know, in the standard drafting language and that kind of thing. So it then begins to provide a benchmark for our countries to raise their standards to. It's a standard, like a gold standard, to say, we've agreed as a region, this is what we want. Necessarily, different countries are at different levels. You may find that at the times, for example, the model law on child marriage was passed, maybe some countries already had the age of 18 as the age of marriage, others at 16. I know in Zambia, that time I was in Zambia, there were different ages. You had 21. In certain circumstances, you could have marriage below 21. You could even have marriage below 16 with approval of a judicial officer and things like that. So you look at it and you say, look, how does even a judicial officer approve a marriage of a child who is less than 16? I mean, from a policy perspective and a public interest perspective, it doesn't really augur well. So it's agreed, we move from here. And where do we want to move to? The benchmark is in the model law. So basically, that's what a model law is. It's an example, it's a standard, it's a benchmark. And it's a melting pot. It's a collection of all the ideals that we would like to see in our respective countries. Then what is the significance of a model law? First of all, we need to note that it's designed to assist member states to reform or modernize their legislation. So it's meant to be to assist in the reform process. And like I indicated earlier, it is underlain by research. So by the time we get to drafting the model law, actually a situation analysis would have been done so that most of the general situation in our individual countries is actually known, that this is the situation. And as I indicated, it's not mandatory, it's not binding, but it's persuasive and it's inspirational. It's meant to inspire, to say, look, let's move from where we are. This is a better, place for us to be in terms of our legislation. It acts as a guide to stakeholders, including legislators. Legislators, of course, in this case, in the case of legislation, hold among the biggest stakeholders. They hold a big responsibility to ensure that the laws actually serve the people that they represent. Then it helps to foster debate and to keep an issue alive on the agenda. So if you have a model law, and again, I'll refer probably to, maybe let me talk about another one, the model law maybe on HIV. You have certain things which you would like to achieve in terms of prevention of HIV, for example. So you don't want to lose sight of those issues. So the model law actually helps to keep those things alive. You can continue discussing them and saying, look, in the national parliaments, look, we have this standard as a region. But we, as Zambia or Lesotho or Namibia, we are not meeting this standard. Can we start moving? And this is the job of legislators, to remind the government about some of those issues. And I will talk about later the commitments that the member states have actually agreed to, which then give rise to some of these model legislation. Model legislation also takes into account particular features and needs of the region. I think I've discussed this, where we see that there's a problem. In our region, we have a problem. How can we be the region with the highest levels of child marriage? We need to do something about it. The highest levels of HIV, what measures can we take? And we want to move, together. So model laws also enhance legal certainty and predictability. So if I'm in Zambia, if we have a model law, it helps to, harmonize. This goes with, of course, harmonization. It helps us to harmonize. So I will know that if I go to DRC, I'll find similar legislation. If I go to Tanzania, I'll find similar legislation. So we know what the region is promoting. It also promotes regional integration through collective action on regional challenges. So through this harmonization, we are then working together to resolve a common problem. The problem of HIV, for example, it's very difficult to restrict it into geographical jurisdictions. It really doesn't know borders. HIV can move from Zambia to Tanzania to Malawi, So it helps us to deal with, because then it becomes a common problem. So this model legislation helps us to deal with issues through collective action on regional challenges. And it promotes a common approach substantively and procedurally, because the law can be both substantive and procedural. So model laws, we will normally provide the substantive law, but they'll also provide the procedures, or the mechanisms for enforcement or implementation. So it helps us to have a common approach substantively and procedurally. Then to answer the question on the specific model laws that the SADC-PF has developed over time, like I said, the first model law was the model law on HIV and AIDS in Southern Africa. And this was promulgated in 2008. There are also two normative instruments that were developed. These are the benchmarks for democratic legislatures in Southern Africa in December 2010, benchmarks for assessing democratic elections in Southern Africa in October 2013. And then we have the model law on eliminating child marriage and protecting those children already in marriage, 2016. We have a SADC model law on elections, December 2018. a model law on gender-based violence 2021, and a model law on public financial management 2022. So in total, we have 5 model laws and 2 normative instruments, which are not exactly model laws, but they're instruments that assist to deal with some common areas of challenge within our region in terms of democratic legislatures and democratic elections in our region. The full texts of these instruments and model laws can be found on the SADC-PF website. And the SADC-PF website, I want to emphasize, is very much up to date. So if members, rather than carry lots of papers, please do visit our website. The documents are there. And if there's anything else, we can always try to provide. Then there's also approval that has been given by the plenary assembly in principle for the development of a model law on prison oversight and a model law on constitutionalism and the rule of law. So these 2 proposed model laws are not yet developed, but approval has been given and technical working groups have been created because normally model laws also benefit from what we call technical working groups. These are groups of people who are technically experienced and knowledgeable in that particular area. They are the ones who normally provide that backstopping and technical support for the drafter. So these people could be from civil society, from international organization, from academia. So they form a group which then continues throughout the process of development of the model law to support the drafting team. So the groups have been created. However, again, we come back to the issue of resources. It has been a challenge for us so far to mobilize the resources necessary to proceed with the development of these model laws, and there's still work going on around resource mobilization for the 2. Then in terms of domestication, I think there was quite a lot of discussion around this issue in the morning. So I hope I will not spend too much time on it, but I think we can discuss if members have other questions. The forum has no lawmaking powers, like I said, and at the moment, neither has the incoming parliament. And model laws can only have effect if they are domesticated. So they can be passed and adopted by the forum and the plenary through, and lots of work goes into it. It's a long process, sometimes a year plus 2 years of work, because remember, it has to be not too much outside what the region expects. So it's quite a lot of technical work that goes into it, a lot of expertise. So after all that work is done, it still remains to be domesticated. If the model laws are not domesticated, the citizens of SADC will not get the benefit of the intention of the legislators who sat at regional level and went through that process to come up with the model laws. I must also say something about domestication, and I think at tea break we had a chat with the honorable member from Tanzania who also mentioned the same thing. Domestication may be in whole, like a country may say, okay, we like this law on public financial management and we are taking it as our public finance management, and they will take it through, but most of our countries are dualist. So it's not automatic that once the model law is passed, or even a treaty, it automatically becomes law. There has to be a domestic process in the national legislature to pass that law. So a country could decide we're going to pass this law as is. That's one way of domesticating. Another way of domesticating could be adapting. Maybe you find certain things which don't sit very well, because remember, these countries are also individual with different cultures, they're coming from different perspectives. So they could actually pick certain things and maybe modify them to fit in with other legislation, because legislation must also talk to each other. It must agree. You can't pass legislation which then violates a constitutional provision, or a provision of another law, unless you want to nullify the other legislation. So they may sit down and go through and say, okay, here we can accept to this extent. So that's another form of domestication. Another form of domestication could be, okay, there are 30 provisions. We think that we can take 5. And those 5 are then incorporated into the domestic legislation. That's also a form of domestication. So in terms of reporting on domestication, maybe that word of ongoing might continue to appear, because you may have a situation where a country might say, at the moment, we are ready to amend just one law, which would incorporate 3 provisions from this model law. We'll do the others later. That is movement on domestication. It's not complete domestication, but it's a movement on domestication which needs to be reported. And that's why later on, and I think this was alluded to again in the morning, my proposal would be to have a dedicated arrangement to checking this domestication, because we might actually overlook something that a parliament has done or a member state has done because it has not been brought to the attention of the forum. But actually, they've started maybe domesticating by taking, a piecemeal approach. So that is progress, although still ongoing, but it's still progress that should be reported. And like SG indicated, you may find that the executive is reporting at the UN or the AU that they've done this and this progress, but the SADC PF does not know. So I think there's a bit of a gap in terms of how the reporting is done at the forum, which probably needs some attention. So I think I talked about countries being dualist. So we need a specific procedure to domesticate any international instrument. And member states are really not compelled to domesticate. Like I said, these model laws are not mandatory. So a member state may decide to domesticate in whole, in part, or to adapt the legislation to suit their specific needs or specific circumstances. But even if they are not compulsory or compelled to domesticate, I think it's very important for the committee to remember and to note at all times that model laws are not developed in a vacuum. They're actually developed and founded on commitments which are already made by member states. For example, at SADC, through SADC protocols, which are signed in AU conventions or treaties and UN human rights instruments. You may find in other international human rights or African human rights instruments, which actually contain these aspirations. So it's based on that. It's the model laws are not just developed from nowhere. There are these commitments which we've already made. We must eliminate this. We must achieve so much gender parity and all those things. So, or eliminate, for example, gender-based violence. It's an aspiration which you'll find right across from SADC, AU to the UN. So those are the aspirations that are collated and then included in the and they form actually the foundation for the development of the model law. So it's not necessarily outside anything. It's not something new, for example, that the model laws ask the member states to do. So it's a way for the parliamentarians at regional level to remind the member states that, look, you made these commitments. We've put them in one document now on this particular issue. You've got commitments under the UN. You've got commitments under the AU. You've got commitments under SADC. We've put them in the form of a law. So could you kindly begin to domesticate by changing the laws to suit the commitments you've already made elsewhere? So in terms of this committee, again, just to emphasize what was said this morning, this committee is mandated to be the primary advocate to monitor domestication, while other organs or the forum can also advocate as part of their work. For example, a committee on agriculture can actually still advocate. They have that, within the ambit of the mandate that they are charged with. They can advocate for domestication of certain commitments, but it is the primary responsibility of this committee to monitor and advocate for domestication. Then, based on the forum's constitution and the terms of reference, these are suggestions about how to enhance advocacy and monitoring in this committee. I think that I suggest that the committee be deliberate about extending its reach through the member parliaments. I think that's one of the ways that probably it's easier for the committee to do, because the parliaments are already part of the model law making process. So once the model law is made, it should now be the committee pushing the member parliaments to say, okay, can you monitor on our behalf through the member parliaments to monitor what is your member state doing and report back? Because it's difficult, if it's even possible at all, for a member state to go, like we had indicated earlier, to summit, to ask the heads of state, what are you doing about this? So through the parliament, because and that's why sensitization is very important of not only members who serve on SADC PF, but also other members of the parliament. Because once you create a critical mass, you're going to have a bigger voice in the parliaments talking about these issues. And that is how you're going to get change happening through the debates and questions that are asked and motions that are moved. You may have members who, once they can become champions of certain model laws or certain aspects of the model laws, and that's what you want to do. And those members may not necessarily be members who come to who attend SADC Parliamentary Forum as delegates. You might even want to talk to committees in the member parliaments who will then run with particular issues that are raised in the model laws. There's also an idea, I think this was also mentioned in the morning, to establish desks or focal persons in the parliament. I think that this is also quite important, and perhaps we need to explore how the committee of clerks can help to facilitate this, to have focal persons or desks which are going to report. Like, remember, I indicated sometimes we may have a member state which picks just one particular issue in a model law and they domesticate. It's very easy for such a thing to just pass the notice without coming to the notice of the forum. But if you have a desk or a focal person in the parliament, that person will be able to pick up and report that the national parliament or the member state has actually undertaken such an activity, and to report accordingly. It's also good for the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee to try and create linkages with country reporting mechanisms. For example, at the SADC, at the AU, and the UN. But this would be easier done through the focal persons, because you don't really have access to the executives from the region as a regional parliamentary body to talk to the executives. But if you are going through the parliament, through the office of the clerk or the focal person that is appointed for that purpose, it would be easier to create that link so that when they are going to report at SADC or AU or UN, then you are able to get that feedback as well. Yeah, so there are various key issues on which model laws can actually have impact in terms of the legislative framework, and they could make actually significant impact if they are passed, but also domesticated and implemented. And I just identified a few of these. We have sectors such as energy. Energy deficiency is a big issue. If you recall, the plenary assembly, the 55th plenary assembly in Angola, actually focused on this issue. And there was, during the symposium, a very good presentation which showed the energy standings, the deficiencies, who is producing more, who has less. We have very, 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 very serious challenges in some countries like Zambia. I'm coming from Zambia. I can tell you the situation is really, really dire of energy there at the moment. Of course, with the transition to renewable energy, especially solar, hopefully the situation will be mitigated. But this is a serious challenge, and it could be Zambia today, it could be another country tomorrow. With the kind of changes we are seeing in the climatic patterns, anything can happen, and we are subject to this. So these are important areas on which model laws could actually, because it's a common regional problem. There are issues of food and agriculture. Food shortages are also a major problem in our region. In one year, it's one country, another year, it's another. It's like just does a round robin from this country to the next. So next, it could be the next country. So this is another area which could be fertile for something like a model law where how do we deal with this? How do we share? You know, where maybe one country is suffering due to drought or other climatic factors or floods and whatever. How do we share so that our people don't go hungry? The issue of climate change in itself, a major problem. Of course, with all these other offshoots that it creates, it's a big problem on its own. It gives rise to so many things in health, food and agriculture. We're talking about energy. So it's something that could be mitigated also through collaborative efforts through a model law. Mining policy. Right now, I think the SADC region is the hub of so much mining activity. And going into the future, we seem to be a very busy region because everyone wants what we have. But mining, these are resources. We need to also make sure that we are benefiting as a region. Because long term, we'll remain with the environmental impacts. And our people who have nothing, they will not even be able to farm because all the place where they were farming has become a mine and it's maybe flooded or whatever. So we need to, think ahead and see what kind of laws should we have in place to ensure that win-win situation. You get in the investors, but the people also get the benefit. There's another area of non-communicable diseases. So it's a very big area and very common now, the diabetes, cardiovascular diseases, cancer. The rise is humongous. These things require legislative intervention. Maybe how do we deal with it, with a common approach together? What should we be doing? How should we be buying our drugs, for example? Because these can be very expensive drugs, so how can we do it together? Access to ICT, we are being left behind because others have moved far ahead. And if you are left behind, you can be taken advantage of. So can we stand as a region together and be stronger and make legislation that will protect us while we benefit from these new technologies? There's an issue of water and sanitation. It's another big issue affected again by climate change. It's another issue that would be very, very fertile for a model law. So in a nutshell, I would say SADC member states have made various policy commitments which need to be legislated in order for citizens to benefit. Because they do have, under the protocols, for example, under SADC, a lot of commitments are made there. But if we just leave them as commitments, the parliamentarians don't talk about it. Remember, the parliamentarians are the ones who demand the rights of citizens. And I'm using the word demand in a very soft way. You have the duty to demand that citizens must be given their rights. So if the rights are going to come through implementation of these policies that are agreed through the commitments made in various instruments, it is then important because once it's legislated and domesticated, it then becomes law and you can then police it domestically. It becomes easier. Unlike where they've just a statement, SADC, oh yeah, this is what SADC is, an aspiration. It remains there. But if it's legislated, you make a model law, and the model law, certain aspects of it, or all of it, are domesticated. Then it's easy for the member of parliament to actually raise a question on the floor of the bunge in Tanzania to say, why are we not implementing this law? Because it's a law in that country. Yeah, so our member states are also members of the AU and the UN. And they are required to report regularly. I think I've talked about this in these multilateral bodies through national mechanisms for reporting and follow-up. So that's, we could find a way, like I said, through maybe a focal person in each parliament to actually create a linkage with these mechanisms and be able to, these national mechanisms and be able to receive also reports, and which will help. They will inform the forum and on the implementation status of these instruments and mechanisms. So it's important for the committee to think through these processes, to link into these processes through the national parliaments and focal persons once established. Honorable members, that's what I would like to share with you this afternoon, and I'll be available to take questions Thank you.
Is well deserved and a lot of information there. Honorable members, I just want us to really ask as many questions as possible. As we said that we do have literally the whole day to ourselves, unless you have a lot of other pressing issues. I also don't want to take advantage of your presence because I know that we have different competing needs. Maybe on the onset, before I encourage all of you members to intervene, and you should, or we want to hear from all the members. I think it was SG who said that we don't have, as members of parliament, a way to make sure that the executive is doing what we are saying, or somehow these issues are taken to the executive, especially the model laws. And like I keep saying, now me who has had a full cycle of things, I am so grateful for what SADC Parliamentary Forum does to us as members. And then also just be encouraged because in February, through my portfolio, again, maybe if I was in the portfolio of community development or health, I wouldn't even know these issues. Members of member states are also grappling with the fact of how do they do the African peer review mechanism? So what are they supposed to do there? A lot of it is the things we're talking about, and model laws would help. How are they performing on ending child marriage, for example, and many other issues as it relates to good governance? But guess what happens? Because it's also not like there are no punitive measures because they're peers. So the spirit behind it is very good because peers came together as head of states to say, we want to review ourselves so that we do better by our citizens. And with that, we, the ministers of justice, at least for Zambia, in other countries, it may be the Minister of Foreign Affairs or whoever they see fit, are the ministers who are the focal point to ensure that peer, the African peer review happens, but you will be informed that some countries haven't done it, you see? So it's the same conversations over and over, and yet the spirit is that so that we can better serve our constituents, which are our voters in our nations. And indeed, as clearly articulated, we have the responsibility to ensure that we serve our members well. And the more members we have sensitized, capacitated, whether through committees, whether through caucuses like in Zambia, where different caucuses have become champions on these issues that are related to these issues, and make sure that maybe we are also part of those caucuses. That way we can bring this information directly, will help us. I thought I'd make those comments. Otherwise, it is now the 10 for members of this August House to actually contribute, submit clarifications through our presenter, of which then the presenter will respond to us. Honorable members, your call. Our first intervention is coming from our member from Lesotho.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And a very warm gratitude from our presenter, who has taken us through understanding what the model law is and what the intentions of the law, of the model law are, as far as domestication by member states is concerned. I just want to ask the presenter just a short question in terms of what are some of the strategies that parliamentarians could employ that would promote or maybe encourage or put a bit of pressure, because my understanding is that most of the domestication responsibilities will lie most likely with the executive arms of governments in countries. But parliamentarians may be well inspired to have these laws be domesticated and everything. So what could be some of the strategies that parliamentarians could use to put a bit of pressure on the executive to not sit on the model laws for as long as they feel, and then end up having these laws falling through the cracks when governments change? so that if the country decides to take a stance that we are not domesticating this, at least there should have been a chance maybe for an issue to be debated in parliament, and then the executive is able to convince parliamentarians that we are not domesticating. Knowing that there is a law out there to be domesticated as members of parliament, but the executive is holding on to it, and there is nothing I can do about that. It's a bit of an issue for us as parliamentarians. So I just want to ask, what are some of the strategies that seemed to work? Is it maybe by moving a motion in parliament to say, we know that there is a model law that SADC has put out there. Can it be brought in parliament for domestication? Is that the way we could do we go about it? Is it about maybe involving civil society organizations, perhaps to talk and raise the issue? Or is it maybe by civic education, public participation, and making people know that such a law exists, and then to have people understand what it is about, so that it now starts coming as a demand of the people, and then the executive is no longer looking at this is a law from SADC, but people are involved, people have been educated about it, and then people start making it their own demand. So I just wanted to know, what are some of the strategies out there that have seemed to work, maybe in other countries, or that maybe by study we see as a way that could help to fast track the process of domestication. That is one. The second one is on the visibility study for domestication, because this also comes as an issue that tracks the process. It was mentioned earlier, I think it was Madam SG, that sometimes countries rush into ratifying the protocols, domesticating, and then find out later on that, okay, there are actually resource implications for this. There should be institutions and structures that come with the process of ratification, but then they have already done it because they felt like, when we have done this, we have a report to take to the summit or to the plenary, we have done our work. How then do we provide proper guidance and coordination to make sure that we know which ones would require that feasibility test? And then maybe talking about mobilization of resources around that, to encourage countries to maybe during their budgeting processes consider putting aside funds for work like this. Is there a way that we would know that this particular model law may require feasibility study, one may not, or is it all of them? That is just a question that I would want to have clarification on. Thank you so much.
Well, Madam Sonda, respond to that. And I also feel that in part one, the member did a good job of actually answering some of the strategies. Absolutely on point, Honorable Member. But we will allow that each questions come with a response, just because we feel like we have a little bit of ample time. Honorable Raymond, I see you, but let's respond to the Honorable Member from Lesotho. Ms. Msonda, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And I totally agree with you that the member actually gave quite a few answers to the first question. And for me, I would simply say a combination of those strategies that you talked about would actually work well. For me, one of the most important things that we can do as a forum and as this committee is to, and I talked about it earlier, and I think SG mentioned it in the morning, is to sensitize the members of parliament in the member parliaments. Remember, according to our constitution, each member parliament only has up to five, a maximum of 5 members, plus the presiding officer, representing them at the forum. Even out of those 5, it may not be all the 5 who are very much intimate with the provisions of a particular model law. For example, if it's a model law on public finance management, maybe only the member who sits on TIFI might have more knowledge about it and its contents. If it's on gender-based violence, it might be the member from GAYWIDE. If it's something to do with agriculture, as the case may be. So out of the 5, let's be generous and say maybe 2 members are familiar and intimate with the details of the model law. If those 2 members from Lesotho, for example, went to Lesotho and moved the motion, they're talking to people who have no idea what you're talking about. So one of the important things I see, one of the most important strategies I see is sensitization of members in the national parliaments. Because once you sensitize them, you are going to begin to tell them, look, Lesotho actually has signed up to this under SADC. There's a protocol on this particular issue, for example, on gender equality. And this protocol says this and this and this. So this model, this is the kind of law we need in order to achieve what is in that protocol. So if we don't have this kind of law, it will be very difficult for us to attain. So once there's been that sensitization in the parliament, then you move the motion. You will then get support on the floor and you'll be able to access that. But of course, to do all that, I totally agree that you need involvement of other stakeholders like civil society. Civil society has a lot of expertise, a lot of knowledge, a lot of experience. They are working in the field. So they are working with some of these problems, live on a day-to-day basis. Issues of gender-based violence, you have organizations that are dealing with that kind of thing. Issues of child marriage. So if you co-opt or rope in those people, even when you're doing your sensitization at national level, it will be very easy for them to also just share their experiences. For the members in the national parliament who are not members of SADC-PF to understand what is the problem, what is the proposed solution, what commitments does our as a member state does Lesotho have, or Tanzania, or Malawi, for this particular, around this particular issue. And then, of course, you cannot run away from civic education. Civic education is important because it helps the citizens also to demand their rights and to strengthen your position as a parliamentarian, as a person representing them. If the citizens are behind you and you are going and you are demanding something, it's much easier than if you are standing alone. The people you represent don't understand what you're talking about. So civic education is equally important. And all these measures and strategies actually require financial or resource outlay, unfortunately. But there are certain things I think with collaboration with civil society and other stakeholders, the UN and all these others, because they are also interested in ensuring that the commitments that our member states have made at those multilateral bodies are actually realized and actualized. So if you collaborate with them, or we collaborate with them as Rpmloc through the member parliament in that particular member state, it might be a little bit less burdensome than if we went it maybe on our own. Then in terms of feasibility studies for domestication, I agree with you that member states actually sign many agreements and then later on think that, oh, okay, so this requires money for us to do. We can't do it now, we can't implement. However, I think what's important to note is that these are ideals which are agreed to, these are aspirational, and we can't stop moving towards achieving an aspiration just because it's too expensive. We can start slowly. There are certain things we can begin to do, so you do a part of it and hope that you can build on that. So yes, it may seem, but I think that most of them, a lot of them would require to be checked, the feasibility. What can we do maybe without too much financial outlay? Then you begin with those and then move on. Of course, it requires that kind of analysis. Yeah, and I think you can only know how to advise once that feasibility has been done. Yes. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
The committee secretary wants to add on. Please release the mic and please come through.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. I think what I will add is that in another meeting where the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee was considering the reason why there's a snail pace in ratification of SADC model laws, ratification of SADC protocols, and of course other international instruments. Madam SG will recall that we had presentations which came up with the challenges, highlighted the challenges, and came up with recommendations on how to fast track the ratification. I think because this is a new committee, maybe it will be prudent to make maybe the presentations available for the members to look at how they can come up with the strategies for ensuring ratification, because in those presentations there were recommendations that were highlighted, and I believe these would sort of inform what sort of strategies the parliaments can employ, in particular in relation to the feasibility studies, or in relation to coming up with a basis for recommending why a particular protocol or why a particular instrument has to be ratified, and what would entail, what would the ratification entail in terms of preparing in the country, what is going to change and what is going to improve, and what sort of resources would be required for ensuring the implementation of that instrument. That's what I wanted to say. So the committee can benefit from what we learned before in the committee in terms of the presentations, and another presentation was done by the Secretary General of SADC PF, and it was very informative. And I believe maybe going forward, the committee would like to look at those recommendations and come up with the strategies which the honorable member from Lesotho was talking about. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you so much, Secretary. Any contribution or follow-ups, whether from SG, from our own director here, Director of Programs, Director of Cooperative, is it cooperative or cooperative governance, or what's the title now? Corporate governance. Before Honorable Raymond comes in, are we comfortable with the deliberation around the question that the Member of Parliament from Lesotho raised? We are clear? We move on? All right. There is a hand. Can I be guided whose hand that is? SG? Okay, SG
Yes.
wants to contribute. Can you come? You can come through, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. Let me congratulate Madam Musonda for the presentation that she has just made, and for the fact that it's well received by the committees. Just for completeness, Ms. Musonda, when we put for the record, may we kindly list all the model laws, including all related. Hello, what's good? Confirm your speaking language. Okay. Are you able to hear me, the Honorable? Something just popped up to say I must confirm my speaking language. Is it coming out as another language?
Oh, you are loud and clear. Go ahead, Madam SG.
Okay. Thank you. I was saying for completeness, it is important for us to put on record the following, that we have minimum standards for key populations, we have norms and standards for elections, the list goes on. So we also have a compendium of SADC model laws and related instruments and policies, which puts together everything in one document for you to be able to reference. In terms of the model laws that have also been adopted by the Plenary Assembly for Development, which we are still seeking resources, we have a model on safe abortion, a model law on climate action or change. We also have a model law which has been approved for strategic and sensitive assets, which also goes with what Ms. Musonda was saying, by saying that our countries are now, when you look at the vulnerable countries and looking at the whole issue of investment by the West, they're already planning for the minerals in Africa. And it is important for us to come up with model laws, if at any level, for African members of parliament to be aware of what is happening, and the rest follows. And I also want to indicate, Honorable Chair, if you can stop sharing, Madam Claire. I want to share with, okay. That's good. You cannot start screen share while the other participants. I thought she stopped sharing. Stop sharing, madam. Paulina, kindly assist. Okay. So I want to share, honorable members, that we continue to look for resources because we really believe that beyond any life of parliament, beyond any life of the current staff of the secretariat, these model laws will then eventually lead any successive lifetime that we live in currently. So we had a meeting with last week with the Chandler Institute for Security. What is it called? Chandler. It's called the Chandler Institute of Justice. And we had a meeting with Ron Sherry, the executive director, where we shared with him the model laws that we have approved that we can't do much about. We shared with him the issues around domestication, and we identified areas for collaboration with them. They indicated that they train members of parliament in these areas we're talking about, that they train drafters based in parliaments. They train. So they are really big into the development of standardized norm settings, instruments like the model law, and they also build capacity of members of parliament in the SADC region. So we agreed on a few actions, honorable members. When they heard about the model laws that we have already have in the pipeline, they were quick to say they're going to develop a concept note on sensitive assets, on the strategic protection of sensitive assets by the state. And we agreed with them that in the upcoming committee meeting for TIFI, if they could be there with that concept note, and they say they'll fund it. So fortunately, we are going to have somebody funding, and hopefully with the issues that we're doing, we will be able to also build capacity beyond SADC PF going down to member parliaments. And they're coming to deliver this presentation during this committee sitting in Joburg. This is something that is firm. They also spoke about looking at the model law on minerals, because we had a model law approved many years ago on ensuring that the beneficiation, that the people whose minerals are extracted for should also benefit. And they say that they're going to assist us. So just to say that we are hopeful that this is one of the areas that something will happen in that regard. So the other issue that I want to share is the whole issue around model laws. And my point here, I'll share this paper. It was done at the Association of Clerks and Secretaries General at the IPU. And I would like honorable members to really read this paper because it has a lot of insight in terms of how there's been resistance around model laws. It was done by the Secretary General of the Federal Assembly of Switzerland, where he was talking about how members of parliament perceive soft law, which is our model law, and what they perceive the role of parliament should be, and how they've moved in this regard. What you take away is that, he's basically saying what we've been saying all along, that it has a normative character, among others, and that at the end of the day, we mustn't see it as something that is outside the foreign policy or general legal situations and practices in our country. So I'll share that paper because in the end, there is also motivation in terms of what parliaments can do. So I'm not going to, these implications and questions for parliaments, I will not speak to them, but I'll encourage honorable members to look at it and then also to assist you, because when the committee secretary then looks at opportunities for taking us forward, we would not be so general. I mean, I always talk and say, I really don't want motherhood statements in our reports to plenary assembly. I'm praying that this time around, our reports are really going to draw from wisdom of our discussions, but be forward-looking in terms of innovation and our strategies and reporting areas. The last one, there was a question around, what has been the strategies? There are so many examples. We have a paper here that was developed when I used to service this committee. It basically talks about the successes on the domestication of the SADC model laws in Southern Africa. I'll share this with the committee again. You will see that there's been a lot of success in the domestication. We have examples from Zimbabwe. And we are definite that SADC PF was involved in the training at national level. SADC PF was involved in rallying other partners at country level until we're successful under the SRHR project. Mozambique, there's another example. Malawi, there was an example. Mauritius, there was an example, and the list goes on. And I want to, and this paper was done in 2020, we'll share it with the committee so that the honorable member knows. But to be exact, honorable member from Lesotho, some of these strategies are not in procedures. Some of these strategies really become what, as a member, you find what you use every day to influence and persuade. There was a time when we went to Lesotho, the current deputy speaker may share some of the examples where we had to intervene. You recall, in Lesotho, issues of lebollo was is a preserve of traditional leaders. We could not talk about HIV prevention without involving the lower house, Senate. They even said in public, don't enter that terrain, don't even talk about it. Strategies were that members of parliament had to humble themselves and have round tables to see how best we can do this. Honorable Makalepo, many other members who are there, they can share. Lesotho is one of the countries that have condoms in prisons. Yet sodomy is not recognized. It did not take a change of law. It took a round table with ministers of justice and others, and they said, look, if this is happening, we have the evidence here. What are we trying to do? Just put those condoms there and look the other way. So the issue here was protection of key populations against HIV and AIDS. Because all of you know the evidence is that in the general population, HIV is lower than in confined areas like prisons, among others. We have had situations where we go as SADC PF, we have supported public hearings. We have supported members of parliament to speak to some of these issues. We have brought in members of parliament from other countries to support parliaments in their locality. And we have been given an opportunity to interface. There was a last meeting that I went to in Lesotho discussing some of these issues for domestication. The 3 ministers of justice, I forgot, there were 3 ministers. They just said everybody must go. Only the SADC PF, I think that time I was the acting SG, you can stay in. They said they spoke, the members of parliament said, this is what we saw, this is what has happened. We can't be going out there in the public and saying A, B, C, D. A lot of reforms happened. So I just want to give a broad spectrum of that. Sometimes it's not money, like the chair was saying. Sometimes it's the knowledge. Once you have the knowledge, you are persuaded, you have been to the field. And what happened, the current deputy speaker, Honorable Makalepo, I can't remember the others, they actually slept in brothels. They went into the streets until early hours of the morning. So when they faced the other ministers, they were not saying SADC PF says. There was no situational study. They were saying, this is what we saw. We're in a house where the mother was a prostitute. There were 3 children going to school the following morning. But the same room that they were sleeping in, it was a business for the mother, different men coming in and out. And for them, it was now saying, this child, this situation, this economy. So nobody had brought news for them. It was the lived experience of those members. And that is why they had passion. No wonder we're not surprised when Honorable Makalepo became the minister, because he ran with the issues and decided he's going to have the knowledge. No wonder Honorable Mosena was so active, even today as the deputy speaker. You don't persuade her differently because it is not about the documents at SADC PF. So sometimes it's not money, but of course money helps. But when they approach civil society organizations who already have money, we have what we refer to as the national working group in each country that is implementing the SRHR project. Zambia has examples and many others. We contribute far less as the project, but the activities that are done and what happens is far more than what comes out in this role. So I just wanted to say that I cannot go into issues of strategy. Those honorable members, we can have a side meeting and to speak to you about it, look at your concerns. We can have a layer of people who support you, even to a point of having people who can draft legislation for you. Even if it fails, it stays on the records and it will be referenced in the future. We had the same situation in Mauritius, where the chief legal drafter came to us and said, you know, I was given this thing to draft. Me, I put it aside because I didn't understand. When she sat with us, she said, in fact, I'm just going to cut and paste. The law was passed. Seychelles was the same thing. So some of these issues is just what you've all been talking to. I thank you, Chair.
Okay, I think we have exhausted, and there is also invitation that there could be personal engagements, and let's take them seriously. I think I just want to say and appreciate that many people who come through the hands of SADC Parliamentary Forum, I don't know what the ratio is, SG, but they have ended up being ministers. And I guess that's how I ended up being minister. I think you do boast about that. Or we. Sorry? And head of state. Oh, wow. Okay. So away from our consent to capacitate our colleagues, it's also to our own advantage. I know that some of you are first termers, or you may be a second termer like me, but I wasn't part of the SADC PF members who were sent by Zambia. I used to go to actually Commonwealth Parliamentary, what is it called, CPA, association. I was going to say forum. So though I'm a second termer as a member of parliament, but I didn't have this opportunity, although I would relate to SADC PF on the issues of SRHR. That was always big for me. And I've continued my advocacy and my championing around those issues. Another colleague is Dr. Kalila. Now we have more champions. One of the biggest caucus in Zambia, it's around SRHR issues, and we are diverse in what we discuss, issues of child marriage and others. And there is fresh blood, and they're doing a great job. With that, honorable members, indulge me that you nominate a chair for the meantime, because as you know, our vice in this committee is from Namibia, Honorable, I love him, but his name is hard for me, Katamero, who is not with us. And there was a assigned vice chair who also apparently hasn't really logged in. So according to our procedures, I would ask that we nominate one member who would chair. I'm literally just going in and out, but for the sake of progress, we have to do that. That is what our processes ask of us. So honorable members, you have 3 of you. Could we nominate a member who just chair in less than 5 minutes at the least, and then at the most? Then Honorable Shirley Raymond was coming up on the floor with a question. One, let's nominate who chair, and then before I leave, I am allowing Honorable Shirley to come up with a question. So who do we choose to chair for us? Lesotho? Okay, Lesotho, you chair. It's okay. You get a hang of it. She's posed a question. Whoever she poses to, they respond. We are all newcomers. We are learning on the job. Honorable Raymond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To begin with, may I show my appreciation to our learned sister, Claire Musonda, for a very good presentation, really. Claire, thank you very much. Having said so, a lot have been said, and I don't have a question, but I just want to point out that even after ratification, something else can be done, and that is during the drafting of the bill. Back home, bills are brought in either by the executive or by a private bill. A member of parliament can come up with a private motion, and then it is tabled. And maybe later on, after discussions, it can be accepted and carried forward. So some of the models, or maybe to borrow a leaf from the models, then it can be brought in the house. But there is this path of lobbying. When you go to the stakeholders, you need to train them, you need to lobby. And as said earlier by the SG, you can't do away without, you can't go ahead without a bit of funding and so forth. But later on, she also mentioned about training of the draftsmen, training of MPs, and that we are talking the same language. Now, what am I bringing forward to you? First of all, after we agreed in the beginning that we should all agree to carry home to train majority of our members of parliament, but I also want these few people to give them special attention. And these are the draftsmen, as she said, on the training, but also more training to the members of parliament who are the representative in the SADC PF. The 5 from every country, fine, but to see a way now how they should get in touch with other groups back home. Maybe to give an example, in the census of 2022, the digital census, Tanzania is about 62 million number of people. I mean, the population is 62 plus, but we have 392 representatives in the parliament. And among them, it's only 147 who are female MPs. And a number of these modules touch the lives of the female and the less privileged groups. So I request, although we also have supporters, maybe male, he for she, who are supporting us, but still it's not enough. And that's why the number in the parliament for MPs who have constituencies is very little, 27 out of the 147. Why? Because of all those things, you know, culture, and maybe we are not accepted, and we end up in the affirmative action. So I'm requesting our committee here to see how best we can do, even when, whatever we are talking about our model laws, but also to think of increasing the number of female representatives from constituencies. That's one. Another thing is about what Claire came up with, other model laws she's thinking about. And one of them which really struck my mind is the one with non-communicable diseases. That one could be taken up and it will be very helpful, because of late we see many people end up dying, maybe because they are not knowledgeable. And not only in one country, but in most of our countries in Africa, and especially SADC, but also in the world as a whole. Having said the little, I beg to submit. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Chair, for chairing in my absentia. I have been lively informed that it was more of a comment, and I will take more of the details of the comment. Secretary here has done a good job. But I want to also to add, I think, from the comment that you have made, which I've just seen in a quick glance, the Chandler Institute of Justice, I think, is one player that has come on the scene that I think we may need to tap in as different member states or different parliaments because of their mission in capacitating members of parliament. And I think, Honorable Raymond, you had raised this question earlier. I don't see the director on how SADC can help us to tap into some of these donors who we may not have access to ourselves. Because I know even at Ministry of Justice, the same Chandler Institute of Justice will be supporting us in the area of strengthening democracy and supporting our drafters. So maybe this is one donor that we can all think through together with our SG and the Secretariat, whether they are in your country. And if they are not, how can they be encouraged to come to your country? And maybe they could be our biggest low-hanging donor, I guess, who can easily come in and help our members so that the model laws are actually spread to all our members. The issues of what we are gathering here, it goes to the bigger house, which is all the members of parliament. I thought I add that, unless someone else wants to add to her contribution on the same contribution she made. Before we come to your independent question, Honorable Member, are you adding to her comment? An independent one. Anyone who wants to add to the comment that Honorable Raymond made, apart from what I've just added, plus the question that we had at lunch of finding ways and means on how SADC Parliamentary Forum can help us in our individual parliaments to ensure that through these donors, such as the Chandler Institute of Justice, can begin to be the ones that support our members of parliament away from our committees, our caucuses, and other initiatives that may already exist. With that, we will move to the next intervention, and we are already away far from the time that was stipulated, but I do take cognizance that we did agree that we are here to learn as much and observe, especially being our first rodeo, because it will enable us on the 2 years mandate that we have. So we are already beyond our time, but because of what we all agreed, I guess we still stand on the same members, unless things have changed. We will now allow the Member of Parliament from Malawi to also make his intervention. Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. It is very encouraging to hear that and to see that we have done more model roles which are being used now. But I still have a question. The forum has made significant progress in developing model laws on various social and political issues, but none is done on economical integration, like model law on investment, competition, and trade facilitation. So I just wanted to find out, why don't we take at least some of the model roles on that route? Thank you.
Okay, so maybe Madam Sonda, and of course with the overarching support from SG, if any, in terms of the model laws leaning on the economy. Although I did hear there was some sensitive assets for the state, which they may help us, Chandler, as well as on minerals. I hear it was done in the past, wherever it is, and I think your contribution, Honorable Member, speaks to almost similar model laws that we need to be engaging. So I'll leave it to the experts or our Secretariat and SG to bring us to speed on his concern. Madam Sonda,
Thank you,
please.
Chair. Just to indicate that we are not short of ideas or areas, and we very much want to support the implementation capacity of SADC. And we have indicated in the past and I think continuously that we have over 30 protocols related to instruments in existence, which are still under regional discourse, which most of our member states have not operationalized. If we had the capacity and resources, we would be flying. But I just want to indicate that related to what the honorable member is saying right now, I want to assure him that the forum has been thinking. This is a presentation which was done to a joint committee of all standing committees in the past, and I appreciate that you were not here, Honorable Chair, Honorable Member, but you will see that we had already discussed Parliament's role in legislating for strategic and sensitive assets, taking into account the security of the nation whilst encouraging direct investment. When you go through this presentation, you'll find that the issues that you are referring to were preempted. We're looking at Africa, how far? We're looking at foreign policy, investment policies, addressing the risks of essential security interests, changing policies relating to investments in national strategic and sensitive assets, addressing the potential of national security risks, addressing investments in the face of potential national security and the context of transformational reforms. We zeroed in on the role of parliaments. We always do this to be so broad as to give a member of parliament or members of parliament a context so that in their country, when a particular regulation or development happens, they can locate themselves extensively following the discussions and issues that have been pointed to. So I'll share this presentation yet again for the members to look at. But there was a lot of issues looking at issues of FDI. They were looking at issues relating to GDP, FDI and GDP in our countries. We looked back, we looked at technologies, we looked at all these issues of compliance, issues of foreign control of enterprises and the limitations that go, the infrastructure, among others. The result of which was to look at this model law. So the model law title may not be as comprehensive, but it will touch on some of the issues. And lastly, to say that since 2019, we have not had a committee secretary for TIFI, which deals with issues of investment, economy, and so forth. We are fortunate that we have Mama Senate Molapo, who is with you there, who is now going to be servicing this committee. Already we have identified the Chandler Institute, who's going to make a takeoff in this regard. And I believe that when the committee has a constant committee secretary, the committee will be able to develop priorities, look at a lot of issues within its mandate, and will make progress in this regard. I thank you, Chair. And just lastly, to say that it is not because we did not want to, it is perhaps because in some areas there was dedicated funding for this growth to happen. And secondly, there was a dedicated committee secretary all along. And those are the ingredients that the Director of Programs was speaking to in terms of raising resources to augment what the forum has, the ideas that are there for them to find fit for that capacity to be found wherever possible. So I hope I've answered, though it may have been longer.
Having SG responded in the political circles, usually then it is done. Once, and I've never understood, once the minister speaks, everyone is like, what he has said. I'm like, well, what if I've misled her? But SG has covered us well, unless the honorable member is still not clear. It is clear. Is it okay or it's clear? It's clear. Thank you, honorable member. Before we get to the wrap up of this very session by Toko, I would ask if there are any more interventions on the presentation that Madam Musonda made, the Director of Corporate Governance. Any interventions or contributions or additions? Yes, the Director of Programs wants to come through. Please come through with your submissions.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. There were just a few questions that came through. Your office chair, I think they came from members. I'm not sure whether we should tackle them now. One of them, I think, was to do with the resource mobilization. The SG has handled that one. I think that's okay. But the second one was there was a question of saying that members have noted that Rpmloc has only 2 meetings per year. And the question is why 2 meetings per year? Then the third question that came from members was they wanted to be very clear in terms of the difference between the SADC Parliamentary Forum in its current form and what will be the difference when it becomes the SADC Parliament. So I will handle the issue of the meetings for the Rpmloc. The other question, the difference between the SADC Parliamentary Forum and the SADC Parliament once transformed fully into a parliament. That one I had left it to my colleague, the Director of Corporate Governance, the one who was making a presentation, just to tackle that one. The reason why there are 2 meetings, perhaps I would say it is a constitutional kind of provision. That's why the meetings are usually called statutory meetings, because they are governed by the law in terms of the constitution of the forum. If you read Article 17, subsection 3 of the Constitution, where the Rpmloc, this committee, is provided for, it is very clear that the Rpmloc is supposed to meet at least twice a year at such a place and time as the Secretary General shall determine. So that's the guidance that the Office of the Secretary General and the entire Secretariat is guided upon in regards to meetings for the Rpmloc. The issue of the resource mobilization, which the SG already tackled, that there are quite a number of initiatives that the Secretariat does in order to supplement the resources that are not adequate within the forum. I will give an example, because these resources are mobilized through different programs that we have. SG mentioned about the TIF, that we have a new program manager. Her duty now is to make sure that she has to mobilize resources to make sure that the program functions, because we don't have resources at the forum to make sure that. So the other programs where initiatives have taken place and we have been collaborating with the various cooperating partners. The forum has entered into so many agreements with various cooperating partners in the form of memorandum of understanding on various aspects. So the funding proposals are prepared in some of the topical issues submitted to some of these cooperating partners. But honorable members, as you are aware that the partners also have got their own interest. The interest of the forum may not be the interest of the partners per se. So you find that the proposals that the forum submits to some of these cooperating partners or the donors, they are not successful enough. I'll give an example of there is a big, activity that the forum is supposed to do, the election observation missions. Remember that you are aware that in the past, whenever an election is taking place within member states of the SADC here. SADC-PF could arrange for the election observation mission. Members of parliament could go and, so that was being supported by cooperating partners, which is not the case now. Proposals have been drawn up, have been submitted, but most of the partners, you find that, as I said, they have shifted their interest now. It is something else. So the initiatives are there, as the SG said, and this is just an example that I have given among so many other initiatives that have taken place in terms of resource mobilization to ensure that we augment or supplement or fill the gap that is currently existing in as far as the resources are concerned with the forum. So I think these are the few areas that I wanted to come in before you wrap up, Honorable Chair, on the session. The issue of the difference between the forum in the current form and the SADC Parliament whenever it is fully transformed. My colleague Claire is going to tackle that one. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And Honorable Msonda, please go through between the difference of being a forum as well as a regional parliament, what those mean.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The forum is the organization as it is now, though in transition. The forum was established as a forum with a constitution of its own. It's an independent entity as it is. It was set up by the member, of course, by resolution of the Summit of Heads of State. It was set up by the member parliaments. They developed a constitution. It's governed by that constitution. They developed rules of procedure, and then they developed the institutional framework as well, and the governance structure. So if you've listened to, if you followed the discussion today, we have said there is no formal linkage with SADC, as in the executive wing. The part of the reason for that is the way it was established. The forum was established as an independent entity. So it doesn't report to SADC, and there's no formal linkage between, and this is maybe part of the challenge that we could be experiencing and talking about now, where resolutions and model laws are passed, and you don't have access to send them directly to SADC. We send through the member parliaments, who are, of course, part of the governments of the member states. The SADC Parliament is going to be a direct, in fact, if you look at the SADC Treaty, the forum is established under a provision which just says they may establish any other organizations. And that's the provision that under which the forum is, the approval was given for the forum to be established. But following the signing, those 12 signatures that we were talking about, an amendment has been made to the SADC Treaty to actually have the forum as an organ which is appearing in a list as SADC, the SADC Parliament is going to be appearing as one of the organs of SADC. So I think there's a bit of compromise on the independence because it's now coming under the treaty. If you see the difference in terms of the personality, the legal personality is falling under the treaty now. The institution will be a SADC Parliament of SADC, Parliament of SADC now. So you have the executive, you have the SADC Parliament, and you also have the SADC Administrative Tribunal, which is like the three arms of government. Yes. So this is the major difference. And like I indicated earlier, at the moment, we don't really have a formal linkage with SADC Summit. So the resolutions passed by the, unlike in the national setup where when Parliament passes a resolution, it can be sent straight to the executive to act. That is not the case with the forum. Hopefully, the change to the SADC Parliament, when the Parliament will now fall under as an organ, there might be some changes, but we are not very sure at the moment how those changes will be, the mechanism that will be used. But it will be an organ of SADC, once the modalities of the protocol are approved and ratified by the member states. So this is still under discussion, but this is the major issue. Major issue is that formal linkage, the recognition and especially the recognition of model laws that they can be made, and member states will then make an effort to. There'll be more of an effort. So that formal linkage is basically the major difference. In terms of operation, the parliament is expected to operate in much the same way as it does now. You have committee meetings, you have the plenary assembly, rotating in the member states the same way. And the head office, the seat of the parliament will continue to be in Namibia. This is the current situation. Yes, so I hope I've clarified that major difference between the two. I don't know if SG could maybe shed further light on the matter. Thank you.
Okay, I think you've done a good job in trying to really bring it back, but I think I always like to refer members to the documents that they have approved, so that our interpretation and condensing issues for discussion are not lost. So this is the policy document, meaning Summit had said, go and write. We hear different things. The others who are telling us that, no, you people want to run away with our heads. You're going to start having demanding legislative powers after. No, that you're going to start demanding X. So they said, go and write a paper. And that paper must be signed by the president of the SADC PF. So there's a paper which Paulina and Claire of them have, which they'll share with you. This paper was called Updated Paper on the SADC Parliamentary Forum. The reason being, when I shared extracts from Summit, there were other papers before, which they said, those ones they're rejecting completely. So I want you to read this paper for yourselves, one of members, because the historical framework is there, which Claire was speaking to, in terms of what we were before. The current stage, with regard to the recommended preconditions, are there in terms of what Summit was saying, that they will not transform us until this is done, until this is done. The theoretical foundations are there, meaning why? There's a missing link. There's no parliament at regional level. We want to assist with working with the executive to reach a common agenda. We want to look at the various SADC protocols that need to be ratified and domesticated in our countries. So you see, this committee is very central, because we said to Summit, we recognize that there's a gap where you are not domesticating protocols. And we want to come in as a SADC parliament so that the integration agenda of SADC is accelerated. The issue that the honorable member of Malawi was saying, so that there's growth, so that the demands of the current parliament are effective to national, regional, and international level. Therefore, this is why we want to transform. So I'm going to go here to say now, what are the assignments that are going to be given to the SADC Regional Parliament? One is to facilitate the ratification and domestication of the framework of the SADC protocols and other legal instruments, as well as other continental international treaties, agreements on which SADC has agreed to. We are going to strengthen and facilitate the effective implementation of SADC policies and programs, thereby enhancing SADC implementation capacity while accelerating the pace of cooperation and regional integration through the engagement of SADC parliaments. So it was recognition that there was a lacuna around the issues we are talking to. And for us to do this, that's why the task team is in place. They then have to say, what is the mechanism for these to happen? We said we want to draft model laws of common interest towards the improvement of the quality of life of the SADC citizens. We said the areas may include environment, management, tourism, trade, free movement, etc., etc. Then we said, we talked about finances, it's a long story there. The difference, if I may say, will be two things. One, the change of name to a SADC parliament. The stages that have been approved currently are such that the only difference is the model law making. But what we are doing, we're far ahead of the stages that they've approved. Now there was an issue that the members have been talking to. What will be the relationship between this SADC Parliament and SADC? The SADC Regional Parliament will be a subservient SADC organ that will maintain formal and legal relations with the other SADC institutions under the authority of Summit. So it goes without saying that when the protocol is looked to, there must be a mechanism. How do we maintain formal linkages? What is the legal relationship currently? And what does it mean? And those details will be provided for when the protocol is being adopted. Currently, we don't have. That is the difference. Currently, we're just a forum, like Ms. Musonda said, which is independent. Now, the other one is now, what will be the relationship between the SADC Regional Parliament and the SADC National Parliaments? It's very clear that we're going to respect the sovereignty of SADC member parliaments. So we're not going to usurp the powers of SADC national parliaments. It's going to remain the same. So based on the above, this was tabled and it was considered positively by SADC heads of states of government. So I just want to be factual in terms of the record so that you base your own interpretation or use your influence to say, open up this window a little bit more. If you keep this window just 3 centimeters, it means that there's no shift. So the issue of the protocol review process, which is taking 6 months, will require yourselves, Honorable Minister, and other stakeholders at national level to be engaged enough to give us that leeway of the formal linkages of these aspirations that we have. The issue of the rationalization of the RECs has already been dealt with. Let me stop here. Change of name and all those things, just so that we're there. But the other issues that are uncertain will be detailed in the protocol. This paper can be shared with you to look at where we are. I can't hear.
Yeah, I did go off. Thank you, SG. Thank you, Director of Programs. Thank you, Director of Corporate Governance. Unless there's anything else, members. Malawi, do you want to intervene? No, okay. I see that now our levels are winding down. I think also to other documents, it's just for us to reabreast ourselves with the Constitution so that it helps us being the committee that we are. On that note, I think those were the 3 questions that were brought to my attention, which have been clearly addressed, and there were 3 of them. One was about how we can find a partnership to help us with the larger members of parliament, the difference between the forum and the regional parliament. And the 3rd one is the one that had to do why the 2 times in a year, but it is at least, not that it is the maximum. So there you have it. But again, it comes back to time for us members as well as the resources, whether virtue or not, there's always a cost factor to that. With that, I'll call my able committee secretary, and that's Toko, to give us a wrap up.
Thank you very much for that opportunity, Honorable Chair. Honorable members, the issues that we set out to discuss today were able set out by the presenters and the Secretary General, and also some of them were expanded on based on the questions that the members raised. Briefly, I'll say that from the minutes, we noted that there were resolutions that were put forward, and the members' intervention was that those resolutions should have a time frame or have timelines. Also, that the resolutions should have sort of strategies to take them forward. Also, we noted from the minutes that the issue of the SADC PF transformation and its status and the status of this committee including the status of the model laws, will be decided upon when the SADC Parliament starts operating. And we noted that the committee mandate is not going to change that much. Even the model laws will also continue to be domesticated even under that structure. In this regard, we noted that there's a issue of the word oversight, which this committee bears for now, and that this will be revisited going forward to ensure that the name of the committee does not affect its function in as far as other quotas are concerned. Those that have a, I would say, not necessarily an issue, but those that feel like the name or the phrase oversight bears some sort of upper hand on issues that member countries are supposed to be implementing at their level. Also, we noted from the presentation of the SADC PF Secretary General the journey of the transformation starting from 2000 and starting back from years back and going forward, and the status that the committee will, or that the SADC PF will take following the full ratification of the SADC protocol on the change from SADC PF to the SADC Parliament. And also from the minutes, we noted issues that were raised on the resource mobilization that is needed to be done to ensure that the programs of this committee are taken forward. In particular, the domestication of the model laws and implementation of related instruments and laws, including the SADC protocols. Also, the Secretary General gave the members a picture of what their role is and what the members are required to do going forward. The terms of reference that the SG touched upon are based on, or they are provided for in the constitution of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, the rules of procedure of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, and also in this, in terms of reference of the committee, the Secretary General touched upon monitoring of the domestication of the model laws and touched upon reporting mechanisms for ensuring that the model laws are domesticated accordingly. On the presentations, honorable members, we noted from the presentation that we had just after lunch, which I am not going to go into because Madam Claire outlined the SADC model laws and their relevance to this committee, how they can be more domesticated, how the committee can ensure monitoring of those of the implementation or of the domestication of those model laws. This presentation clearly put this committee in a picture of what is expected of the committee and the importance of the model laws even in the in the future when the SADC Parliament comes into operation. Lastly, we heard about assignments of the SADC Regional Parliament, which the Secretary General has just gone into, and she explained what the SADC Parliament is expected to do for the SADC region in future. Also, you will note, honorable members, that we have to come up with modalities for the operation of this committee going forward, relating to reporting frameworks, which are supposed to be in place to encourage members to domesticate, or not to, which the SG said is not to name and shame members which are not moving forward with domestication, but only to encourage the members to do so, because these provisions of the model laws are based on international commitments that the members made at either international level or regional level. Also, the modalities that we have to look into are the monitoring and evaluation strategies for the domestication of the model laws. And also we talked about some strategies which can be put in place, including appointment of desk or focal persons who will help in reporting on the domestication of SADC model laws and in educating members of parliament on how to ensure that legislation is informed by these model laws. And also, we talked about robust domestication strategies, which will help unify the region through domestication of the model laws, one of which will include the resource mobilization for ensuring that model laws are domesticated in their respective countries, and also to ensure that members of parliament are trained on how to ensure the domestication in their respective countries. Also, training of legislative drafters who will help put into law the provisions of the model laws, which we have heard that they are soft law and they have to be domesticated in the respective countries to ensure that there is harmonization of the SADC, the legislation relating to the issues covered by the model laws in the SADC region, and to ensure that the lives of citizens are improved by the SADC model laws, which Madam Claire referred to, the model law on child marriage, the model law on public financial management, the model law on ending GBV, the list members goes on, including those that SG talked about, the other instruments that she suggested that should be added onto the list of model laws. And these members, the Secretary General advised that they are contained in a compendium that has recently been put or has recently been developed by the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Finally, members, the SADC Parliamentary Forum Secretary General referred the committee to a number of documents that would inform the members on what their role is going forward. And these members, we heard that they will be shared, and the members are encouraged to make reference to ensure that what we have learned today, or what the committee has learned today, is supplemented by these documents. With that, I'll end my wrap up and hand over to the chairperson to close the meeting.
Let's give a hand of applause. Thank you so much. Well, I think we have come to the end of our meeting. This was very informative, and I believe Secretariat, you have noted all the key points, and a great job to our committee secretary once again for her very in-depth contribution. I also just want to thank all the presenters from our very own Secretary General to the Director of Programs, the Director of Corporate Governance, of course, to all the members of Parliament, and to you, Secretariat, thank you. And indeed to our Secretary who just wrapped us up. Unless there is any other contribution before I bring this meeting to a close, as we adjourn for tomorrow to meet at the same time, which is 9 a.m. here in South Africa. Any contribution before I officially adjourn this meeting to tomorrow, 9 hours, same time? Although I would ask after the adjournment, I'll ask Onaro, as well as Paulina, to give us some housekeeping updates for the members as we look at other personal arrangements. So just be ready for that, but it will be outside the meeting. Any other contribution as I call this meeting to a close? I see none. I think we have had a good, fruitful day. And on that note, I officially call this meeting to a close at 16:11 p.m. Here in South Africa. And I'll see you tomorrow, or we'll see each other tomorrow. God bless you, and thank you for great deliberation.
Thank you, Ramsey.
Sure, SG.
Let me go
Thank you,
home
SG.
now.